Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa Santucci-Rossi. This is the August 28th meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce who's here with us this evening. We have a very lengthy agenda. I will be announcing the cases that will not be discussed this evening for those that are here for those cases and those, excuse me, watching from home. And then I will announce the order of the cases in which they will be heard this evening. So tonight we have all the way to my far right, Gideon Schreiber, one of our senior planners, Michael Menner, our zoning enforcement officer, Louise Savetti, our zoning assistant. We have a full board represented this evening, along with our alternate member. We have Member Donato, and then to my immediate right, Clerk and Member Ferris. To my left, Member Heap. To his left, full Member Gannon, and our alternate member, Michael Bragwin, is also here with us this evening. So we do have, like I said, a fairly large agenda, and the third item on the agenda, 19 Loomis Avenue, will be continued to the September 25th Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. And then also item number 6, which is 1820 Clyde Street, will also be continued to the September 25th Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. The order in which the cases will be heard this evening: the first case that will be heard is 15 Fuller Ave. It's under our continued cases. The second case will be 6 Hovey Street. The third case will be 72 Townley Road. The fourth case will be 22 Priest Road. The fifth case will be 36 to 38 Hillcrest Street. And we will have Member Ferris recusing himself from that application. We will have the alternate member, Brynwyn, participating in that matter and voting. The sixth case that will be heard this evening is 410 Belmont Street, and Member Donato will be recusing herself from that matter. And then the last case that we'll be discussing this evening will be 101 and 103 Moore Street, in which myself as chair and Member Donato, we will both be recusing ourselves from that matter. And just to point out one other item, on the first case that we'll be discussing, 15 Fuller, Member Donato and Member Ferris are not voting on that case either. So there'll be 4 eligible members to participate. So that will be the order in which the cases will be discussed. If you'd like to leave the room and take a break because you're later on in the agenda, you can do so, and then you can join us when your matter will be heard. We also need to swear people in, so anyone that's going to speak, stand up, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I swear the testimony I give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Okay, so 15 Fuller Road is the petitioner here, and this is a continued public hearing, so we can just get right into the matters. Mr. Leitner.
Madam Chairperson, board members to her left who were here on June, Ken Leitner representing the petitioner. We have made the presentation about a special permit finding for the deck on the second story, and we have ran into some issues concerning the site plan. So we started with everyone should have an inexorable view to Victory Field, and the second deck would grant that. What the deck was doing was increasing the FAR by 2%. It also increased the lot coverage by 2%, but we had an error in our survey plan, which had originally had the lot coverage at a lower number pre-construction than after. I've spoken with the surveyor, Cliff Rover, and the lot coverage for the open space is correct. It's 31.7% presently. He said it's going to decrease to 31.3%, which was the earlier number that he had, because he thought some of the pavers were coming up around the deck. So that the little patio that was there that was for construction, he had considered that as being impervious and coming up. So that was the difference. Before, our ratio was off considerably because we were at about 25%. We had it decreasing. So as far as the project itself is concerned, it's a second-story deck. There was a deck there that was 6'9" by 16". We're using the same footprint, but we're taking a perpendicular turn to the house and building another hip roof. And the addition is going to be approximately 6 feet by 13.2 feet for about 80 square feet. So we're looking for about 80 square feet of coverage, which is on the second story. Below is going to be open, and we have two nice hip roofs there, the minor hip roof being tied into the major house over that area. The portion of the second story deck, which is about 6'9" by about 6 feet, is not going to be covered. And we've maintained the setbacks, and I know for the other people who haven't been here previously, the garage, we maintain the setbacks of 6 feet around the garage, thus the jog and the architectural design. But as far as the criteria are concerned, we don't believe this is going to be more detrimental to the neighborhood, as many of the houses there presently have two-story decks, and it goes with the neighborhood. Appropriate facilities are going to be provided. The whole house has been remodeled. Now they'll have a new deck with new construction techniques and better materials, and it'll last for quite a long time. And it's not going to affect the vehicular traffic or cause any nuisance in any way. All the same parking will be maintained. So the only part that is different is we have about 80 square feet over the second story, about, as I said, 6 by 13 feet under that hip roof that is now covered, adding to the FAR and to the lot coverage. So that's the 2% that we're talking about. We worked hard with Gideon and the board and Michael to really come, because when you're trying to conceptualize what's really going on, it's just by taking that perpendicular turn to the house that it was really just only 2% that we were increasing the coverage by. So we suggest that we meet the criteria for a special permit finding. We're glad we had the opportunity to revise the plans and get them to you, and I hope we found them satisfactory.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to open up to the audience first. Is there anybody here that has any questions or comments about the proposal? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it over to the board members. Any questions or comments? Michael?
I don't have any at this time.
Anything?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Nothing for me.
Okay. And I have no further questions either. I just want to thank you for going back and taking a second look and making those revisions and correcting those errors here on the plot plan. I don't have my materials, actually. Do you have that? Color? Thank you. Okay. Just to recap again, this is 15 Fuller Road for alterations and additions to a pre-existing non-conforming structure. The applicant was here in June, and we continued this matter for him to revise the plot plan and adjust the coverages in open space. There was a planning board and a staff report recommending conditional approval from the June 12th meeting, and it looks like we have our standard conditions and then an additional condition on the porches, noting the first and second floor porches approved by this decision may become screened in, but shall not become enclosed and functional as living space. So with that, are there any motions from the board?
Madam Chair, I'll make I move that the board approve the special permit and special permit finding for 15 Fuller Road.
There's been, there's been a motion made for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed, none. Thank you very much. Second case is 6 Hovey Street. We're going to read the legal notice, and then you can get started with your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sharon Seltzer, Ron Gilboa, 4 Hovey Street, Watertown, Mass. 02472, request the Zoning Board of Appeals grant a special permit finding in accordance with Watertown Zoning Ordinance Section 4.06A, alterations to nonconforming structures, rear yard setback, to construct third-floor dormers and deck maintaining existing nonconforming rear yard setback. This is located in the T2 Family Zoning District.
Hi.
Hi, thank you. I'm Sharon Seltzer, and Ron Gilboa is out of the country on business, so this evening. First, I'd just like to let you know that we purchased 6 Hovey Street in March of this year, and Ron and I have a desire to increase our living space by expanding the attic and such, adding dormers to expand the space. We're also aware that we have a non-conforming issue in the rear setback with 5 feet 8 inches, which is abutting our neighbor's driveway. So what I'd like to do is just share with you what the plan looks like, and so on page, where are we? Page 2 of the plan is side elevation, which shows the side view of the rear dormer and the proposed deck off of the master bedroom suite that would be in the attic.
So page 2 is,
So, sorry, so it's a numbered page 2 of the plan. Page 4?
your page is not numbered. Why don't you go in order of the drawing set? How about that?
Okay, all right. So the first, what happened was we added some of the existing elevation pages afterwards. Those are not numbered, I apologize for that.
That's okay.
So the front page, first page is the existing front elevation, and then on the next page, what you can see is the proposed front elevation view. We've got in the center a small shed dormer that will allow for modification of the existing stairwell up to the attic. And then to the right of that is another smaller shed dormer to accommodate the proposed washer dryer and a small office area. The next page is the side elevation, the existing side elevation. Page after that, which is, mine is marked page 2 in the lower right-hand corner. I'm not sure if that coincides with what you're looking at. But it's the one that's up on the screen right now, showing the proposed deck off of the master bedroom over the existing sunroom. We'll skip the next page, which is the existing rear elevation, and go to the proposed rear elevation, which gives you a view of the rear dormer. The rear dormer is being nested in 18 inches to allow for the existing roof line to be distinct from the dormer itself. The next page, we have the front entryway. We're going to be creating 2 separate entryways to each of the units, the first floor and the second floor. And now it's a shared doorway into each unit. A main door going in, and then each separate door one going upstairs and one going straight forward into the first floor. So we're closing 2 front doors on the exterior. The next page on the plan, page 5, is the second floor. We're making some minor modifications here. We would like to demo a wall between the dining room and the kitchen to create an open floor space. We'll be adding, taking a little bit of footage off of the kitchen to create a front entry closet. And then we're going to reconfigure the bathroom on the second floor to create a larger closet in one of the bedrooms. The next slide shows the attic proposal. You can see the master bedroom to the left with the roof deck off the master bedroom, the walk-in closet, the master bath, and then where that right shed dormer in the front would be is where you'll now see the washer dryer and then the office area. We've also highlighted on the handout that you received for this page the square footage of the habitable space for each of for the office and the master bedroom for 7 feet or greater. Okay to proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. we're going to kind of go through to page 9. Which is the section view of the master bedroom, the side view. You can also see the square footage of the habitable space for the master bedroom, and then the new roof line for the dormer. Next slides are the joists for the flooring, the roof framing. So I think that's pretty much what I'd like to share with you in terms of what we'd like to do.
Does that conclude your presentation, ma'am? I'm going to open it up to the public. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here that has any comments or questions about this proposal? Come forward at this time. Okay, seeing none, I'll open it up to the board members. Member Donato?
Just some quick comments. I just wanted to say I appreciate the redesign that was done and tucking the dormer into the roof and preserving the look of a two-story home. And also, I found the design to be in keeping with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Member Ferris?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So can you describe the siding a little bit? On the front elevation, for example, the two windows that I guess are currently in the bathroom are going away. So how will...
I'm sorry, I have a cold. My ears are
Oh, I'm
blocked.
sorry. Yep. Yeah, so on the front elevation on floor 2, the windows are going away in the bathroom. When I look at the front elevation, which is this one here. So right above the two entry doors, it says demo windows. So can you just describe how the siding is going to be
So we're
modified?
going to maintain the existing siding on the house. And
Which is is it a vinyl siding or aluminum? Yeah.
and we'll be matching it.
Okay. So does your builder think that they can get the same thing?
We've discussed it. I don't know, we haven't done the deeper dive, but he knows that that's the plan.
Okay, all right. And then, I had asked prior to the meeting just for an understanding, really primarily more for you than for me, about the ceiling height on the third floor where you're adding. So I see that we've identified something that's over 7 feet. I'm not quite sure if habitable space is actually identified as 7.6 potentially, but you and your builder can work that through with the building department. But I just want you to I'm assuming you're aware of how low it physically is. Your exterior wall on the section is identified as 5.5 feet tall, and that's, for example, where the shower is. So you realize how difficult that's going to be to use with the roof line as proposed?
So there's a possibility, we talked to the architect, in terms of the bathroom. It's very likely right now we're going to flip the toilet and the shower as a result of that.
Yeah, just for staff, I do have concerns. The usability is one thing, and that's really going to be the issue for the applicant. But in terms of the actual, not so much zoning code, but building code, in terms of habitable space and the ceiling heights, et cetera. They can work that through with the building department. The reason that I'm asking the question in my typical fashion is that if I think it's something that in fact would alter the drawings that we're reviewing, then it would be good for us to know about that. So I'm just assuming that whatever code-wise needs to be done is going to be worked through with the building department. I can understand that for the expense, that the intent is to reuse the existing ridge line for the house.
Not just for expense.
Oh, what else is it for?
Once you remove the roof and rebuild it, then it's a new construction, so then you would have everything above 4 feet considered as living space, so you wouldn't be able to replicate this roof line anymore.
Yeah. So my point is that because, in a sense, there's nothing there now in terms of habitable space, and that
It's currently habitable space. It's currently used. That's,
There's a stairway that goes up there now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's it used for? So it's an attic, right?
As far as the code, my limited knowledge of the building code, when you have a sloped roof, the requirement is that more than 50% of the required room area have a ceiling height of 5 feet or greater. The analysis, I believe, that was done is reflecting that. So I believe this would meet the building code. Again, I'm not the building inspector. We typically don't review for building code compliance at this stage. We don't typically have that level of drawings, and the building inspector is very busy reviewing applications that are in for actual building permits, and doesn't necessarily have time to review zoning board applications for building compliance at this stage. But it's my understanding that the building code does not require on attic floor with a sloped roof 7'6" ceiling heights.
Okay. Yeah, and so again, the reason I'm asking it is just to explain that if what is going to be built would look different than what we're reviewing, then we'd need to confirm what steps we want to take. But I'm assuming that things are good. I just also wanted to make clear to you how limited the ceiling height is that you're getting, in case you hadn't focused on that. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair, thank you.
Heath, any questions?
No comments from me.
Adam Gannon?
No comments, Madam Chair. No questions.
I don't want to say I necessarily share the same concerns as Member Ferris, just more from a different angle, that it seems like there's a whole lot going on the third floor, and frankly, it is going to be extremely, extremely tight up there. And I also have concerns about the front side dormer. The one in the middle is very typical. That one on the side, sort of that small, it's just, for me, it just doesn't fit in, and it really just takes away from the roof line of the structure. And again, if that's to accommodate laundry, I'm sure there's some other place where the laundry could be moved, but I'm not supportive of that second dormer on the right-hand side. If you wanted to make the middle one a little bit larger, that's something that I would be willing to entertain, but that second one on the right-hand side, I think it just takes away from the style and the elevation of the front of the house. My other question is there going to be any venting that's going to be protruding from the front of the roof? It looks like on the elevations, there's some venting, on the floor plans, but they're not shown on the elevations.
I'm not going to be able to answer that question.
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions or comments from the board?
I guess, yes, yeah, I see the vent stacks, yeah. I think the issue with the right-hand dormer is that if a dormer is not built there, that when you look at the diagram for the 7-foot ceiling height that they've submitted, they're really not going to be able to walk around in there. So I think that's the reason that they're doing the dormer, even though it's a partial dormer.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not in
Yeah.
favor of that.
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of that. So there's a couple things you can do. You can move forward this evening, you can revise your plans and come back and answer the questions about the venting. It's up to you what you'd like to do.
Can you please clarify again what the options are?
Your options are to revise your plans to address the comments this evening and come back, or you can go forward this evening.
Madam Chair, I know that Ron is out of the country. During the discussions initially, they located the bathroom in the location where it is because that's where the existing main stack of the house was. I had this conversation with him when we first met, and so I think that that's why they have the I just wanted to clarify if you're talking about the venting, the main stack of the bathroom ventilation is, and the laundry, and that would all be in the same location as where the existing first and second floor bathrooms are from my discussions with Ron. I apologize for interrupting at this
No,
moment.
that's
but
okay, Gideon. I just didn't see any venting on the existing elevations
Right.
or the proposed.
Yeah, we don't usually get to that level of detail where we're looking at the plumbing or, that's all required by the plumbing inspector during the plumbing installation. So I do know that that's where the bathrooms were, and we're planning on tying into the main stack, or there may be a requirement for one additional vent, a small vent like we would have on, a small vent for the washer and dryer. But
Madam Chair.
it's typical rooftop ventilation for that. I'm not sure if you were asking about bathroom ventilation as well, or other pieces.
I was
so.
primarily referring to the ones that are shown on the elevations for the washer and dryer area.
If I
Member
if
Ferris,
I may,
please.
yeah, when we look at the floor plan, I think that the vent stack is, in fact, probably related to the plumbing fixtures that are on the second floor, because on the second floor, the bathroom is in the front of the house to the right of the stairway. So I think that vent stack relates to the bathroom and not necessarily the washer dryer. The way it's shown on the floor plan really indicates that, as you're looking at it, that in fact it would be coming out in front of the dormer, which we wouldn't want to have happen.
Right.
So it seems that they would be able to, I'm not a plumbing engineer by any means, but that they would be able to maintain vent stack within the building and bring it up within the primary roof versus in front of the dormer.
So you think they're coming off of this bathroom here?
I think, when you go one page earlier in the package and you look at the second floor plan, that's where the bathroom is. And so that ventilation,
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
vent stack,
looking
I
at.
think, is for the existing bathroom, which is being renovated on floor 2.
We designed it so that they were like stacked on top of each other, but in terms of,
The bathroom's nowhere near that existing bathroom.
Yeah, no, your new bath is on the back of the house?
no, not the
Yeah.
back, the washer dryer.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So,
Just to clarify,
Hold on for 1 second, Member
Oh, sure.
Gannon. Please finish, Member Ferris.
So I think that, we could condition, for example, that vent, but one thing that we're talking about in terms of the dormer on the right-hand side is if in fact that dormer were not to be there for the laundry, then the vent would be coming up in the roof plane, which I don't think is necessarily objectionable. But if the dormer were there, then I think we'd want to make sure that the vent stack wasn't coming up in front of the dormer,
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, Member Gannon.
Member Gannon, please.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the attic floor plan, and the vents, I see the 2 vent stacks there. So what we're clarifying is they come from the bathroom on the second floor?
I'm guessing,
Yeah, from the-
usually
Because you'd
bathrooms
have to have a
vent stacks.
dryer vent as well. Would that come from the side or through the roof?
Yeah, I don't think they're illustrating.
It's just not illustrated.
Yeah. I mean, again, it could be, I'm assuming it's feasible, it could be conditioned that vent stacks, for example, should occur on the back half of the ridge line versus in front of the house.
If feasible.
The corner lot, too.
I'm sorry?
If feasible, I mean,
Right, yeah, thank you.
one piece when we were looking at this, we primarily focused on the rear dormer because that's the area that's within the rear setback. And so we weren't looking at this front area because that's the area that is within the area that they could potentially put a dormer in by right. But the rear and the deck was the primary focus when staff was initially looking at this. We did look at that long ridge dormer, and we've seen others used in Watertown in some of the by right scenarios. It has a look of the transom ridge dormer, so, and it wasn't within that setback, so that was our perspective when we were looking at it and making some of the suggestions that they took for the rear. They've been very flexible in making some of those minor changes to improve the look of the building from the Orchard Street facade. Thank you.
So the rear yard requirement is 20 feet. Is that correct, Gideon?
That's correct.
So they've got 5.8 in the back, and then that back section is 12.7.
So I guess it's
So,
technically the...
so
very
technically
part-
that front dormer is within the rear yard setback. Is that accurate?
Technically, it is
Okay.
1
So
foot
the
in
front dormer requires relief as well as the middle one?
1 foot of it, yes.
All of those dormers are within the rear yard setback?
You're right.
Okay. All right. So what would you like to do, ma'am?
So if I, so let, this is for you to make
Excuse me?
a decision this evening, or,
I'm asking you if you want us to move forward this evening based on this plan, or do you want to revise your plan and come back next month? Again, so that you're clear, all three of those dormers are subject to relief by this board. None of those are by right.
and the recommendation is to take away the dormer in the front.
That's just my opinion. I'm only one member.
I'd like to hear a decision and the public.
Okay. Did you have something else you wanted to add?
I guess just for the benefit of the applicant, I just wanted to have staff make clear that if the vote were to be a negative vote, what options the applicant had, just so that you're aware of.
Negative meaning denied?
Yes, yeah, so I just want you to be aware that if you would like us to vote, and if it were denied, then what that means for you. Just so
Yes,
that-
sure. The ordinance states that if an application is denied, the board could not re-review or consider a new proposal within 2 years, unless it is substantially different. So I'm hearing from the chair and the board is one concern of that front dormer, that transom dormer, and the other is the location of the stacks, is my understanding, the two, and just ensuring that the two stacks won't be in front of that new proposed dormer and will fit in with the roof line.
Thank you, Mr. Mena.
Thank you, that's very helpful. We will continue.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you'll be continued to September, is it 25th? September 25th, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to continue this matter to September 25th?
So moved.
So,
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving along, we have 72 Townley Road. And Member Ferris will read the notice, and then you gentlemen can get started with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason St. Clair, 72 Townley Road, Watertown, Mass. 02472. Request the Zoning Board of Appeals grant a special permit finding in accordance with Watertown zoning ordinance, Section 4.06A, alterations to nonconforming buildings, side yard setback, to raise existing roof to construct a second floor, maintaining nonconforming side yard setback. This is located in the S6 Single Family Zoning District.
Thank you. Hi.
So, as I said, my name is Jason St. Clair. My wife and I live at 72 Town Road with our 2 children. We bought the house about 9 years ago. The growing family wanted to increase the size of the house to the second floor. That's basically it. If you have more specific questions, the architect who designed it is here, so he can answer those.
Want to go over the design a little bit, sir? That'd be great, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Matthew O'Connell. I'm the design architect for the building. We're proposing to build a second story directly above the primary footprint of the house. The house is existing ranch with a protruding garage. We're not raising the garage in front. The right side of the house is a non-conforming pre-existing setback encroachment of about 5 feet, as I understand it. And the building is otherwise not working. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
You want me to start over?
Sure.
The applicant is proposing to build a second-story addition directly on top of the primary first floor of the house. The right side of the property is an existing non-conforming on the side yard setback. The property otherwise conforms with the dimensional regulations with the exception of the frontage and the lot size, which is about 170 feet under the required 6,000. The second floor, one of the considerations in construction, which is described in drawing A6.1, which is at the end of our drawing set, so I don't know if that's helpful to find it, is that we are clear spanning the first floor with trusses because the interior structure is not capable of holding the second floor. And so that adds about 18 inches of height right off the top to get to the clear path. Likewise, the roof is built as trusses to not bear on the interior of the house. So those two factors do affect the height. Our initial proposal was for a taller second floor finish. We worked with staff over several weeks to reduce the overall height of the building. I brought with me the ones that we submitted to the planning board that was received by the town on July 28th or something. So I have
Our
paper
plans are
copies.
from April, sir.
Yeah, well, I defer to board that was submitting all the applications for us. We made one submittal.
Okay, so do we have the plans that we are going to be voting on?
I have paper copies here because I noticed that those were the older copies.
Okay, do you have enough for us, sir?
No,
Well, we
I
can
don't.
share. So the plans we have, the April 20th plans are not what you're doing?
So the plans, the floor plans are identical.
Okay,
What has changed are the elevations and the sections.
okay.
And this is a complete change, and you'll notice they're marked in red as being revised and resubmitted.
Oh, well, actually, this says 7/30/19.
That is correct.
Oh, okay. They're revised that date. Okay, so I guess we do have the accurate plans.
So the relevant dimensional change, you'll notice on all the drawings, on this 4.1 front elevation, on the left side, we're indicating the building height at 26.8. The building height this is on a design drawing. The surveyor contacted the zoning enforcement officer prior to demarcating the property to determine the appropriate grade height elevation, which is at the front of the property. But what you'll notice is that this is what we're tracking because I can measure from the ground and back, but I defer to the site surveyor for that. But there was a conversation with Michael Mena about that.
Okay. So your drawings have the 26.8 and the
Correct.
civil set, which is used the average grade on the street, you're at 34.8.
Because they were using a previous drawing and then also the grade slopes away at the front, so that's how they measure it. So you now have these drawings, am I correct?
So you're right at the 35.
We previously were.
You just were measuring it differently. Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it complies, is the bottom line. So we reduced the pitch of the roof to a 612 from an 812 in the attic at the request of the staff. And really, that's the only change. We reduced the height of the second floor. It's a very straightforward proposal. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to open up to the audience first. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here that has any questions or comments on this matter? Okay, seeing none, we'll start down this end. Any comments or questions?
No comments at this time.
I see in your plans, you plan to maintain the existing, the present siding will match the,
Yeah, the side, there's a brick veneer on a portion of the front that remains.
right,
And we'll actually keep a little piece of the roof over that to protect that protrusion. The remainder of the house will have new vinyl siding. There's currently vinyl siding there now, but we can't match that over a long
like
period.
the sides will have a similar style? Yeah, I mean, not similar, the same style.
Correct.
Okay. That's it.
Member Farris?
Yes, thanks. So that was actually my question, was what your intent was about the siding, so it's good to hear that you're going to be re-siding the whole house. And then the windows in style look similar on the second floor to what's existing on the first floor, so they also look like they're similarly sized, so I think that's good. I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Member Donato, anything?
Just one question. The planning board had noted reducing the project's number of bedrooms.
Right, that was discussed. I think it came up, do you want to speak to that? It came up at the hearing, not during planning.
Yeah, I mentioned it during the hearing, that it was identified that staff didn't count the number of bedrooms, and so one of the bedrooms, typically there would be a den or an office, and it probably is that, but it's labeled as a bedroom. If there's 5 bedrooms, you would need 1 more parking space. There's no way to have another parking space. So there would have to be a condition that one of the bedrooms on the first floor or second floor would have to be modified to be not a bedroom.
So
or
it's
to not-
maximum 4 bedrooms to comply with the parking?
That's correct.
And we indicated at a public hearing that we would comply with that.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Member Donato. So which one of the bedrooms is going to go?
The
One-
back, right, first floor is, not the one with the garage, the rear, on the first floor.
There's also a very small one identified as bedroom at the front of the house.
That bedroom disappears because we are building the stairs there.
That's the
Okay, I'm
existing.
sorry, I was looking at the existing. Thank you, okay, yeah.
Okay, so on the first floor, yes, we have the front the front bedroom, and then a bathroom in the middle, and then another bedroom to the rear. Knowing that it can only be 4, would you reconfigure anything that you're proposing? Okay, I'm just asking, because you could maybe adjust something and have a bigger, 1 bedroom that's bigger, and then,
I would say that in the future, we have other plans in terms of maybe having the kitchen be bigger and using that space.
oh, that would be perfect.
But, there's only so much money.
Yeah,
we have,
that's
so-
phase 2. I got you, okay. All right, so that'll be a condition if we move forward this evening.
We would agree to that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments by any of the board members? Anybody in the audience? No. Okay. All righty. So, Member Donato pointed out some of the comments from the planning board. We did have a staff report as well as a planning board report dated August 14th, and the planning board recommended conditional approval. They did not address the issue of the bedrooms in the conditions per se, but we will be adding Condition 6 for all new siding, which you gave testimony on this evening, and then also a maximum of 4 bedrooms to be in compliance with the parking requirements. Okay. Is there anything else from any of the board members? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve 72 Townley Road special permit finding with the modifications discussed.
There's been a motion made for approval of special permit finding with the conditions as discussed. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving along, our next case is going to be 22 Priest Road. Member Farris will read the notice, and then the applicant can make their presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Keith Nardone, Nardone Corporation, 419 Lincoln Street, Marlborough, Mass. 01752. Request the Zoning Board of Appeals grant a special permit in accordance with Watertown zoning ordinance, Section 5.05R, FAR, to construct a new one-half-story third floor, increasing FAR up to .625, and request a special permit finding to construct a deck within the existing non-conforming side and rear yard setbacks. This is located in the T2 family zoning district.
Thank you. Hi. Are those revised, sir, or are they with?
They're just a small update because of what happened at the planning board.
Okay.
So if I could just hand out one to each member, I have one for all of them.
Okay.
Full sizing and reduced.
Thank you.
So I have a small version what I just gave you, maybe easier than the full size plan, but that's your choice.
handed out.
It is.
So it's the same?
Well, there's just a small revision on it. The original date was on the right side of the sheet. So I just wanted to be sure that everyone had what I needed to finally discuss for the decision before the one this evening. That's the architect. And then I'll explain, so what was your-
Yeah, no, that's fine, sir. We appreciate the updates. That's okay. Just gotta keep it all straight here. Okay, so we got this. We got
Good evening. I'm Peter Bemis, Engineer and Design Consultants, here on behalf of Keith Nardone, who owns 22 Priest Road. Existing two-family dwelling. There is no occupant in that dwelling at the current time. I believe it was an estate purchase that he had made.
Can you speak up a little bit, sir?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the plan that I have to my left and what you got initially with the original application, and I wanted to start with that so that you'll understand what changes were made. So on the left view, that's the existing condition, showing what the site looks like today. 5,480 square foot lot, 73.42 feet of frontage. We've got 15.5 feet from the front yard to the dwelling, and there's an overhang porch located here. That's 11.3. That porch would be in the front yard setback. On the rear, we are 17.3 to the dwelling, and we are 11.5 to the deck that's on there. That's shown in orange. And on the side yard, so we're obviously close to our north side, and that is 6.1. And then on our south side, we are 29.3. And in those two side yards, there's no change. We're obviously in the left side yard setback. For the building coverage, we're at 22.8. For the impervious area, we're at 62.7, 37.3 open space. The FAR currently is 4.83. House was built in 1929, very similar to the existing homes that are in this neighborhood, and particularly on the street, where the dwelling is either skewed left or right, and the driveway would make up the other component of the front yard and the side yard, if you will, parking space. The current home has two separate entrances. One will be here, and one will be here. So that's the existing view. Proposed. We're not changing the footprint with this proposal. We are going to raise the roof. And on this side, we're putting in a dormer to create a stairway. The driveway is going to be reduced, so we're going to put a planting bed and along the south side of the existing driveway. In the rear, where the existing deck is, that is going to be made into an egress so that we can exit from the second level. There's currently only one means of egress, basically out of the second level of the dwelling. That's coming down to a new walkway to support that location. The existing concrete pad is unchanged. And because we're creating two parking spaces that are now compliant and reduce the pavement area, we brought the walkway to the center of those parking spaces. So here. We provided an exterior dumpster location, refuse containment, that would be a gate. That was located here. And that pretty much goes through the site plan component of what we originally submitted at planning board. The planning board, one of the planning board members said, "That's a really nice tree, and you're going to be doing that dumpster enclosure next to that." And I actually didn't focus on the tree when we designed it. And I was like, "Yes, absolutely, we're going to save that tree." So it changed, and that's what I just gave you to see. So what we did is we just separated and created two smaller enclosure areas, one for each occupant in the building. I kept the center stairway, if you will, coming off the parking spaces, feeling it was very important that people could egress between the cars and not have to go in front of one or the other cars to get up the stairs. For safety. So on the site plan, that's essentially the changes. We have a note that says the trees to be retained. We do want to keep that tree. And then the moving of the enclosures. The architectural plans that I gave you are, again, essentially the same that you had got with your packets originally. Andrea had brought it to my attention that it was somewhat confusing and that the architect used an assumed datum, and he went from 0 up, and didn't make a lot of sense.
Usually doesn't.
So what we did is we just said, well, we're engineers, that's how we do things. So I basically set the floors at what their elevations are. So if you go to the elevations, it actually says basement floor, 23.8, that's what it is. And then we went back and revisited it. We had talked about the roof going up 2.4 feet. That's what we actually capped it at. So there's just a slight difference in the map on that final roof pitch, being a little shallower than what we were talking about a fraction, so I really give credit for it. We did work with your staff, planning staff, to come up with these proposals for this program, these concepts. We thought it important to minimize the streetscape impact, if you will, from our proposal. And so in the front, the room was kept fairly small. We stepped it in away from the side yard, where, again, you have your jurisdiction for discretionary review. The third floor walk-ups is, that's providing the access to that third floor walk-up. We have 519 square feet there. Our FAR will go to 0.62. Essentially, our location and design is in keeping with the neighborhood. Our use is not going to adversely affect this neighborhood, and that it's currently a two-family home. It's going to continue to be a two-family home, just making the space more desirable for current occupants. There's no nuisance or hazard to pedestrians or vehicles with the proposal. If anything, we're actually reducing the open pavement area, and we're creating a buffer to our neighbor to the south. And we have adequate and appropriate facilities for the proper operation of this residence. There's been no refuse containment outside. It's basically just open. We're creating an enclosure, and I think the planting bed will be an aesthetically pleasing feature for the lot. So I'm hopeful to get your support, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Let's open it up to the audience first, and then we can turn it over to the board. Is there anybody here that has any questions or comments about this proposal? Come on up, sir.
Duff, 33 Spruce Street. I'd just like to commend them for saving the tree. However, in my many years of attending these meetings, I've never heard of a two-family residence needing dumpsters. And I was just a little curious of why they're having dumpsters.
That was one of my questions, too. We'll circle back to that, sir. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay. We did actually receive some comments from Michael Caddy from 151 Irving Street. Is he here this evening? Nope. And also from Walter Caddy, the third. And they had some comments in opposition, that they weren't overly favorable. Have you spoken to these?
Seen that, well, I think he was misinterpreting the plans because the deck is being maintained where it is. I'm not encroaching into the rear yard setback, so there was really not a conversation to have.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you saw these and you
I did see them.
you
and
attempted
I was
to
hopeful,
to address
to
them.
address it if it came up this evening, but
Okay.
I'm not changing the exterior in that area.
Okay.
I will correct the dumpster, that, so being, again, civil engineer, I apologize for using the term. It's really going to be your typical recycling bin and your trash bin, and they are just totes. So I apologize for using that term. It's not that big. We made them big enough to fit two totes in, one for recycling and one for refuse. And that's
So that was actually one of my questions, and then we can move on to the, are they sized to fit the recycling and trash that Watertown, because ours are fairly large. I know some communities have smaller ones, so I just want to make sure that those are adequate.
I made them, and I have a large tote in my home, and
Okay,
I can get
great.
the size that I have.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, sir. All right, let's open it up to the board. We'll start with Member Donato. Any questions or comments?
I had the same question about the dumpster, so, thank you for saving the tree. I appreciate the redesign. That's it.
Member Ferris?
I do, thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, I've got initially a couple of questions just for staff. I think the plans are, in my opinion, a little bit aggressive in terms of how much of the space we're using, and I wanted to understand a couple of things. So, one of the floor plans, I guess it's A000, is, yeah, so it's identified as a basement plan, and I just wanted to understand that I want to understand how this is, if the area is included or not included in any calculations for compliance, because, on that particular plan, the windows, it seems to be fully above grade, so if we could maybe explain that to me primarily, I'd like to understand.
I have that same question, Member Ferris, so thank you for asking.
Sure, so it's A00 is the drawing number.
Answering it too. If you want to direct it to staff.
Yeah,
I can.
I'd actually like to hear from staff, yeah, thank you.
Do you mind if I make the initial and then?
Sure, go right ahead.
So I would start with the first. So there is a mechanical space there.
Yeah,
And there's actually an existing room in the basement.
okay.
It is a bathroom.
Yeah,
The bathroom's already has improvements within portions of it.
thank you. I'm really just actually trying to understand,
And then we just reconfiguring that, and we're upgrading the bedroom space and a bathroom space and a mechanical space.
Yep.
And storage space.
yeah, I'm actually,
Parts the same, but it's still mostly underground.
thank you. I'm trying to understand how the basement gets calculated and if it weighs into the overall, measurement for the site.
Sure, Madam Chair and Board, I'd be happy to answer that question. The zoning ordinance states that a basement is a basement if more than 50% of its ceiling height, so from the finished floor to the bottom of the floor joists above, are below grade. And typically we take that from an average grade just around the house, not of the entire site. And on their civil, they have a detail there that shows that the basement portion below grade is 3.9 feet, and the portion above is 3.7 feet. So therefore, more than 50% of that average grade around the house of that basement is below grade, and therefore is quantified and defined as a basement and would not be included in any FAR calculations.
Okay, thank you. Then a similar question I've got relates to the addition of an egress stairway from the second floor. The current, from what I see in the plans, the current house, the existing house, has a second means of egress inside the building. And so I'm just curious to take, understandably, you want to make as nice as you can for the units inside, but basically to remove that egress component from inside the home and to build it outside the home, if you could explain how that might contribute to coverage for the site. Because again, I personally find it a little bit aggressive that moves like that are being made.
Yeah, sure, we do. This is an often improvement that we see in Watertown. A lot of times is by right, where the second floor, they want to remove those internal egress stairs to expand a kitchen, and they push the egress stairs outside. The code does allow for egress stairs, so egress is required by the building official to encroach into a setback, and provides an exception for that.
And are the stairs themselves counted in any type of coverage statistics or anything?
Not if they're the minimum, if they're uncovered in the minimum the building inspector requires, which typical landing is, 3 by 3, depending. And in this case, it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Gideon, but the deck isn't changing on the outside. It's just kind of the extension of the stairs. So being that it's just the stairs, no, we did not count those.
So the approach is probably that many two-family homes in town could take, and that would be to renovate, remove the second means of egress inside your home, place it outside your home, beyond setbacks, et cetera, and have it not count. So you basically just gained the area, that square footage, and basically got a bonus by putting it outside, and it's not governed by having it outside.
Correct, but from calculating FAR, we count stairs where stairs are, so they're not, that space is already counted, so, in FAR, so it's
Yeah,
not like they're getting a
it's
break
counted
from
as an inside stair, but not
FAR.
as an outside stair, right?
Correct, as long as
Yeah.
it's uncovered and the minimum
Yeah, so that's
required
what I
by
mean, is
code.
basically you've taken the space inside the building, given yourself a bonus inside, and then built something outside that is, in a sense, free space.
Sure.
Okay, I just wanted to understand that that's what our regulations allow. Thank you. The other thing on one of the plans, on drawing A03, which is the plan that is the top floor, this is really more for, I would say, I happen to be an architect, so I can read drawings like quite well.
Very well.
And where the wall is, yeah, I can't foresee how there would not be headroom issues in the lower run of stairs by pulling the wall in as you've done, or as someone's done, because I don't see, you're diminishing the headroom over a quarter of the width of that lower run of stairways by pulling that wall in. So you can,
But I believe we did, because I did discuss that with the architect.
Yeah.
When they drew that, so he hasn't, I know. he
I think
has
if- I
addressed
think
it,
if you ask-
maybe not in the way it's drawn, but I believe
Yeah, well,
we can
that's-
live with that step in, because that was important to staff.
well, so I guess that's kind of a recurring theme for me, is that if what we're looking at isn't necessarily the way it's going to be built, then we should be looking at the way it's going to be built. But, and it's not a super big issue for me, but it's really pointing out more for you or whoever might be living here that I think if you had the architect create a section through that, I think that you're going to see that for the left-hand side of that stairway, that there's not appropriate headroom to cover the egress stair. So we can kind of leave it at that I think that I would suggest that you look at it, and in fact, the wall may need to be moved farther out.
To clarify, we did request, so the original submittal had it at the outside wall, which was fine, but we said rule of thumb, if you can have it be inset, if there's clear height, then their architect said there was clear height, and they did this. If you wanted to put a condition in there that allowed them to go back out to the outside wall on that side, we don't have an issue with that. We just, from a perspective of a dormer being inset, it has less of an impact.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I definitely agree with you in terms of the impact. I just don't think that the way it's drawn, if it were built like this, I think that eventually the building official would walk through and say you don't have the right headroom for that portion of it. So, but I agree with the approach of, pulling the dormers inboard a little bit. So I just wanted to mention that. And then on drawing A005, which is the front elevation, I have problems with the coordination of the plan with the elevation. So when you look at the plan, for those three new windows up at the top floor, one of them is actually directly into the shower, and then the other is over the toilet, which, happens often in homes. But I, again, wanted to point that out to you. It's not something, I think that the space should be replanned. I wouldn't want to be having a window directly to a shower in the front of a house.
David, just for a second, we're talking about the third floor elevation?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
those three little windows, one of them,
I see what you're saying about that window, but I think that was important to look, so I think we certainly should look at the house, over.
yep, I'm 100% in favor of it being important to the look. I'm just telling you that the plan doesn't match the look, and so it needs to be replanned.
So But so are you saying that then, because I've submitted the plan showing the shower there, we have to put the shower there?
I guess what I'm saying is that what you show us is what you think you're building, and what we're approving is what we think you're building. And so you should be building what we approve. Not so much on the inside, but on the outside. And if I see an issue that I want to point out to you, say, gee, let's not do that, then that's the reason I'm raising it.
But if you're inclined to support it with a condition, I certainly could agree to that, because I can see it as you can see it, I think there's a way to solve it.
Great, thank
One
you.
about the height, I honestly thought we had vetted that, and I thought it would work, so I guess
You know,
if it's not going to work, then I would probably yield to your expertise and ask, because I don't think, staff had said, could you bring it in? We brought it in, we thought it was important.
Yeah.
The whole appearance.
So there's ways of, getting into too much of, there's ways of disguising that, of making a dormer look like it's inset by doing an overhang on the roof. So if your roof and the gutter, et cetera, hangs out 12 inches, 18 inches, when you put the dormer in, because you've got that little skirt of roof, it has that appearance. I'm saying it really actually more for your benefit, that I don't think as it's planned that it would yield the right headroom. A couple more questions on the elevations, and I apologize for taking so much time here. What's the intent for the siding on the house? Is it,
Totally removed.
and what will you be doing?
I mean, excuse me, it's aluminum.
Yeah, and what will you be doing?
I suspect it would be either, a hardy board or vinyl. I know it's going to be a more durable material, but I don't know exactly. That's important, and we can make that decision.
So
Either one or the other.
So you would be doing some type of kind of lapped siding that looks like
Yes, it's
clapboard?
gonna- Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
okay.
For sure, yeah.
And then, another issue that I think is not drawn like 100% on target is the rear elevation, and it's the fact that the deck is flush with the roof, and also the fact that that flat roof area, when you look at the rear elevation, has no trim, it has no skirt, it just looks like it's siding running up to the edge of the roof. I'm looking at this drawing here. Yeah, and so when it transitions from a vertical wall to a flat roof, it looks like the deck is being built on top of the flat roof. I'm not sure if that's what you would really do, or do decking on top of sleepers. And it also, I don't see, there's not enough detail in my mind in the elevations to tell us if you're using trim at the corners, if you're using trim around the windows, if you're doing a band of trim where you have the flat roof, et cetera. So because I'm asking these questions, it's because I don't see it on the drawings. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Pete?
You're adding a new, am I reading the floor plans correctly, that you're adding a new exterior entry off of the driveway into the basement?
No, there's one there today, so we're maintaining the one that exists today. Which is the first sheet. That's what
Okay.
So we're just maintaining that.
And is there a base, what is the basement, what's the basement currently used for? Is it a bedroom?
I suspect that they may have used it for a bedroom at time. I think they referred to it as a recreation room. They did write rec in the mechanical space in the bathroom down there.
Yeah, okay. It just has I guess the only concern I have is that it has, as I look at the floor plan, it looks as though it could be used as a third unit with the entry off of the driveway right into the bedroom. There's a bathroom, there's no kitchen shown, but that space looks sort of otherwise isolated from the unit above it.
Again, this is a two-family. I would have no problem with that restriction being in any of your decisions. There's no intent to do that.
Okay.
We would want to keep the egress, the means getting in and out of the space.
Is this the door now?
I have no problem with that being a condition.
Sir, I'm just going to hold up this elevation here. Is this the existing door?
It's the slide, there's a sliding door there, and actually, the elevation will help us, so I'm trying to go from my recollection.
I couldn't find an existing elevation for that side of the
Maybe
building.
tonight we didn't do the existing, you know, I have a photo of it. though.
Well, there is existing, it's just not that side. Thank you.
The window, if you'd like to see the picture, I can give it to you. The door is the
So it's presently a window, not a door?
Yeah, it didn't look like a door, so.
You see, there's the door, and that's the window. So the second, this is the window, and that's the door.
Okay. This is the, let me just pass it this way, and then I'll pass it down.
But it looks as though, but then it looks as though the window is becoming the door?
Well,
And the-
we don't want a slider there.
You know,
So that's why it's going to flip, yes. I think that makes more sense, actually. if you look
Is
at
that a glass slider?
It is. Basically, they just have one of those, like, you drop down to lock it. So, it has a key. So some of these improvements are probably from the 60s with the vinyl. The house was built in '29, but
the only concern I have is that as laid out on the new floor plans, it looks as though it would be fairly easy to
Yeah.
segregate that basement bed, what is shown as the basement bedroom, from the remainder of the first unit, simply by locking the two doors to connect to the Unit 1 storage and stairway above, and create a third unit. So I think that's, at a minimum, I think we need to
there's no intent to
address
do
that in a
that,
condition.
and I have
I'm
no
not
problem
accusing
with
you.
the restriction, and, he's really just trying to create a very nice living space. But that's never even crossed anyone's mind.
And I didn't mean to accuse you or your client
Okay.
of
Could be your
intending to
tenants.
do that. It's just what I see when I look at the floor plan, so.
Future tenants could do something.
I just hate to eliminate the egress because of that.
I think maybe that could be addressed in the form of a condition in the decision.
Absolutely, I have no problem with that.
That's all I've got.
I've got a question about going back to the basement again. And I note the elevation of the basement is not, it's not a typical subterranean type of basement. So my question to staff would be, generally, a bedroom has to have its own means of egress if it's below a certain footage. But this is more kind of an entrance down the hallway to the front door. Is that sufficient for building code purposes?
For the bedroom?
Yeah, the basement bedroom.
Well, there's also, I mean, the bedroom has substantial amount of windows as well on the plans, so those would be egress windows.
It's high enough.
It's only on the open side of the
Yeah, okay.
basement. We put it on the other side.
Yep.
Those are building code questions that would be reviewed as part of the building permit.
Okay.
So the windows would have to meet the requirements.
Yes, and if your question is the,
We didn't want, I mean, we're trying to be upfront with you as to what the intent is.
And is there a step, it doesn't appear to be a step down into the basement. It's a direct access from the driveway then? Okay,
Cross through.
yep. That's, addition to everyone else, I think, no further questions, Madam Chair.
That way it's all.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
It's a weird bedroom, it's still.
But they have a door here, they don't need to use that. Okay, I have a couple questions. While we're talking about the basement, just looking at the plans again, and obviously sharing some of the concerns of my previous members that had spoken, are you willing to remove the set of doors between, when you come down the stairs from the first floor? You have just a lot of doors, and again, if it's all one unit, I don't know why you have doors blocking off hallways. So you come down those stairs, and on the right, you have the washer and dryer, and then you have Unit 1 storage with all doored off, and then you have another set of doors that goes into a hallway with more storage and a door on that, and then a door that goes into the bedroom. So what is the reasoning to block off that hallway?
architect drew it. I really have no problem. That's something you folks, honestly, I never had the perspective you have with this. Had I been prepared, I would have an answer for you right now, and I don't. So I would be more than willing to concede with whatever you folks thought would make more sense to your community. You have an enforcement issue, not me. So I think we could definitely accept that,
Okay,
make that work.
all right. That will just make it more open
Yeah,
and
no, I agree.
and
There's no need-
contiguous.
Right, there's no need for it.
Ventilation, there's, again, there's just, I don't see a need for that. My other question is, if we can go to the civil set. So you've provided us with an existing and proposed open space that's exactly the same.
You know, we backed into it.
You did, okay.
Yeah, because we didn't want to have to go into a coverage issue, although we have room, we just made sure that we matched.
Okay.
So, the reason why we're doing is we create the planting bed. That's the one thing you probably look at and you say, well, wait, why isn't it the same? Well, we eliminated all that asphalt.
Well, that's my question. Why isn't it going up?
Because I'm offsetting it with the walkways that I'm doing.
Okay,
here.
so that's an
Walls,
exact,
and then the pavement.
okay,
So we made sure that we balanced.
that's exactly balanced.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then my next question is about height. So, and I'll default to staff first. So it looks like he's measured the height by the average grade around the house, and I thought that the grade was determined at the street. So the calculations on this plan are different than what we had just spoke to the previous applicant about. And there's a big difference between the grades up around the house and the grades along the street.
Yes, Madam Chair and Board. So I can't read the points of elevation on this plan, but when there's a grade change of more than 10 feet, then basically how the height is taken is you take from the front lot line, you draw a line up 35 feet, and you have a point there. You go back 30 feet into the property, draw a line 35 feet. So basically the height matches the existing grade going up the hill. If it's less than a 10-foot grade separation, we take it from the average front lot line grade. And in this case,
It's less than 10.
it's less than 10, so the height would have been taken from the front, average front lot line.
So we have
Correct.
an issue here. So the average
So-
grades along the front, one corner you're at about 22, the other corner you're at about 27, and it looks like you kind of just went,
27.7.
around the structure, and you're saying the average grade is 27.7. So you need to go back to the drawing board, and frankly, I think this is going to be over the height limit, sir, if it isn't already, frankly. So that's substantial. So your average grade in the front is probably 25? And you're at 27.7. So, and I doubt you're calculating that on the spot.
I'm not.
You're not.
I do that while I stand in front of you, no.
Right, no.
This is the way we've normally done an average grade.
I don't necessarily, every community has different ways,
No, I
yeah.
agree.
What you did is a common way, but unfortunately, that's not what our ordinance says. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm going to continue because I'll resolve that issue
Okay.
one way or another.
Okay.
I think we can make it work.
Okay.
See where I'm at.
Yeah, you might have to augment things a little bit up top. I know you were coming up a little bit in the,
Only raising the existing roof 2 feet.
right, exactly. So you have a little bit of room to play with, hopefully. Otherwise, we would look for you to revise the plans and to come in conformance. I don't want to speak for the other members, but I don't think we're going to be looking for a variance for height at this location.
I didn't anticipate asking you for that.
Okay, all right.
Could I ask before I ask you to continue?
Yes.
sorry, sir, you're the architect, so if you don't mind.
Sure.
Do you typically grant that, allowing the wall to go up for that dormer? So I want to try to address that with the architect. So in the event there's
Oh, you mean straight in?
a section and it doesn't work, do you permit that dormer to follow the existing building lines, so then we do know that it will work, and then we can just reduce that impact by doing the overhang?
Did you have an alternate suggestion,
I-
Member Ferris, about the, an added overhang on the second floor?
Yeah, I think if you're going to come back,
come
which is
back.
great, I just think that the drawings themselves could use a little bit of enhancement. For example, there are no overhangs shown, and I'm not sure if that's, your intent is not to do any overhangs. When I look at the photographs, it looks like the house currently has overhangs. So, and the fact that, I'm asking questions, are you doing corner boards or trim around the windows? So I think the more you can enhance the drawings, the fewer questions we'll have. But I do think, gosh, for using that stair, it's got to be in the right spot. And so you need to do what you need to do to make it usable, and then we'll review it,
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind,
Yeah, so I just want to recap, sir. So we need you to recalculate the height. We need you to remove the basement door separating the hallway to the secondary hallway. Not the exterior door, but that internal door. And then to address Member Ferris's comments regarding the dormer. And then I would ask, is there anything else that any of the board members would like to see included in the drawings or revised on the drawings at this time? Okay.
I would just ask for more clarity on what is the siding, that, just so that
So
we're...
just outside overall, more
Yeah,
clarity.
and also, further coordination, I'll call it, or updates on the front elevation windows and the functions behind those windows. Yeah.
So clarity on the exterior finishes and coordination between the elevations and floor plans.
For that front portion, floor 3, yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chair, was there a question about the exterior surface? There was some discrepancy as to which exterior surface they were going with.
The siding?
Yeah, it's exterior.
Yep, that's one of the
Okay,
things we just
perfect.
mentioned. Yep, thank you, Member Cannon. Okay, is there a motion to continue the matter to the September agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
See you next month, sir.
Thank you.
Are you in on this one? So the next case is going to be 3638 Hillcrest. Member Ferris is going to recuse himself. Going to appoint Member Donato as acting clerk for this petition. She will read the legal notice, and then you can start with your presentation, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Sir, we're going to read the notice, and then you can get started. Thank you.
Kavi Abdi, 36 Hillcrest Circle, Watertown, Massachusetts, 02472, requests the Zoning Board of Appeals grant a variance in accordance with the Watertown zoning ordinance, Section 6.02J, location, size, and setback requirements, to allow front and side yard parking without the required size or buffer, located in a T2 family zoning district.
Madam Chair, member of the board, thank you for hearing my case. My name is Kaveh Abdi, and I'm co-owner of this two-family house. It's been 3 years that I've been going back and forth for presenting this issue with parking, and it has cost me a lot and besides time. So I have no reason to be here if we have parking and we have driveway. If you look at Exhibit 1, when we purchased the house in 1996, we drove and parked in front of the property, and most neighbors did as such. So there was no curbing or any demarcation that you could park. And particularly this area had a lot of snow during the winter time. And it's that time that we can't really park. During the year, we park on the street or around the neighborhood, so that's not an issue. As you see, I have kept front of my house green, so because I live in green. The rest, they pave, they have some green and they pave them. And you see the cars just driving in front of the car, in front of the houses and parked there. In 2016, we had a notice that they're going to put curb and road's going to be fixed, resurfaced, and I thought, well, I will keep my green and I will be able to park as I did before. I met Mr. Mena at the property and they indicated they're going to put a curb where I used to park, which was the green, and I can no longer be able to park. And they indicated that you already have a parking or a driveway, which is to the left of the house, if you look at Exhibit 2. That shows that there is a chain link separates my property. Chain links belong to 40, 42 to Hillcrest. And they said you can use that driveway, and that's your driveway. The driveway is steep. We have never, ever parked there because it's too steep, it's too narrow, and it's not easy to go in and out. My wife is not a savvy driver, and the width of that driveway that he's supposed to drive is about 9.5 feet. So I can show you how it looks if you want to look at the space. So there's not much space to drive in. Beside the narrow, there is steepness, and it was suggested by the planning board that we should raise the driveway to make it sort of level, to remove the steepness. I hired 2 independent engineers, and they both recommended against it. This is a unique property. Sitting on the hill is a man-made hill. This is the first house, at least based on the record that I looked, that was built there in 1928. 1930, 42, 32, 34 was built, and the other 2 houses to the right, they were built in 1953. So it's a landfill, the house is moving, and as it's indicated in the 2 engineering reports, there is a lot of settlement. So the engineer said, we don't know what is the cause of moving, what is the cause of settlement. You need to get a geologist or some sort of geophysicist to determine why this house is settling, or this neighborhood is settling. The settling it's benign for a house, but he said that if you backfill, it will cause a lot of weight and a lot of issues. So they recommended not to do backfill. And as I said, this is one independent issue. The other is being narrow. If you want to be, we have 2-family house and we have 4 cars. So it's very difficult to really use that. As I said, if I could have used that, I would not be here. So in discussing with Mr. Mena and Mr. Magoo, I asked that if I could park on the right side of the house, which is on the other side, which is 42, 40, in this side. And I didn't have a driveway because there is a curve in front of the house all the way where that right side of the driveway. So in order to drive it, we have to use the neighbor. And it's written on the note that we can't use it unless the driveway allows, the neighbor allows us. So we got a permit from the neighbor to drive, but it was very difficult because once they parked into their parking, the driveway that they built after or during the road repair, we could not go in there. So we are really stuck with no parking. And the only remedy we found, and just we requested the variance due to the uniqueness of the property, the land, and the house is situated, that it meets 4 criteria. As far as I know, the zoning laws and codes are for protecting the neighborhood, making things look good, and preventing dangers that will cause by traffic. This is a dead-end street. There is no traffic. There is absolutely no pedestrian. So we asked for variance to, if it's possible, to remove the curb, and we'll be able to park on the right side, in the middle, or in a staggered fashion. And this is another picture that I can show you that we can easily park 3 cars in a staggered fashion. The space that is drawn here is a little misleading, because if you actually get the space from, if you remove the planter, now there is plant. In order to build this parking, we need to remove those plants. This is by the house. And the space is enough to accommodate parking. And my neighbor actually parked in the similar fashion. So I requested the relief because at the moment we really don't have the viable parking.
Does that conclude your presentation, sir?
For now, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to the public first. Is there anybody here that has any questions or comments about this proposal? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Mr. Duff, please.
And it's J. Duff, 33 Spruce Street. This is a very touchy subject, and I know it personally because my brother ran into a similar situation where he had 6 spaces and he lost 4 of them. However, the community, the council has spoken about preserving green space and eliminating front yard parking, and I agree with that, as the community was getting to be a sea of asphalt, something many did not want to see continue, and therefore they passed the buffer law, and I think this board should uphold the buffer law, the buffer law, and I believe that the big problem too is once you allow this gentleman there, the neighbors will start to continue to park in the front yard, and this is evidenced in many places in town, particularly across from Council Picciarelli's house on Orchard Street. There are 5 or 6 houses that when one put in front yard parking, and it just continued down the street, and I had the same issue in a condominium complex on Aldridge Road. So it's not easy that I come before you to say I hope you deny the petition, because I can feel for his situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the board. We'll start down this end. Any
Yes,
questions?
is it Mr. Abdi? Am I saying that right? It looks like your neighbors, and if I'm looking at the photos correctly, it's right next to the driveway space that you have available. They built a driveway, 3234 built a driveway recently. Did you look into a project similar to what they had completed? Because it seems like that's right next to the space where you have available for a driveway. Have you pursued that at all?
Correct. So they built it, they can't use it. As if you look at the picture that is in the exhibit, it's not very easy to use that space because it's very steep, and the neighbor spent a lot of money to put a heated driveway. That's exhibit. I'll show you.
Exhibit 6?
6. So if you look at exhibit 6, it's not very easy to drive in. And that driveway existed before. It was closed. If the person who sold the house The neighbor just bought the house, opened it up again. And it's not really easy to go down. As I said, the dinner time is a problem, that you cannot go in and out. And as I said again, this is very narrow. It's not easy to go in and out. Majority of the neighbor parking is on the right side, it's in the front. It's not on this driveway. So it essentially is obsolete, it's something that goes to the garage and park. As I said, if we could use it, there would be no point for me to be here. We lived there since 1960. And this happened since 2016, which they put the curb. And as far as green, my mistake was to keep it green. If I have paid like everybody else in my neighborhood, I have not this issue. Because then I could have just said, I have parking, I park there. And there are 4 sections here that if you meet, you get variance. Otherwise, they would say, no variance period. They put this amendment, or whatever it's called.
It's in the state statute, sir. We're very familiar with it.
Okay, so.
Shape, soils, and topography.
Correct. So I think I meet this criteria and put the uniqueness of the topography and the region this house is built.
Well, the reason I ask, sir, is one of those findings that we need to make is that this presents a substantial hardship to you, that you cannot, that there's some substantial hardship. And it seems to me that your neighbors have built a driveway. You wouldn't need to build a heated driveway. And the experts, the letters that you've submitted suggest that the problem could be resolved with a retaining wall. I'm just wondering if you'd pursued those and thought about that as a solution to your problem.
That's what I actually went to get fire engineer, paid them to make those comments. Both of them recommended against it. They said you have to first get a geologist to see why this hill is moving. You cannot stop the movement. You have to figure out what's going on underneath.
Sir, can I pause you for 1 second? Because you've said this twice now, and I don't see either of these letters saying hire a geologist.
They said they were not, they said they are structural engineers.
Right, but I don't see this, what you're speaking of, in their recommendations.
Well, this is based on the discussion that I had with them.
Okay.
They said in order to remedy this is our opinion.
I understand. I understand.
They didn't want to write it. They said this is my opinion about this. But in order to pursue that, this is what you need to do. And this is costly. Financial hardship for me is it's hardship. It's like I spend a lot of money on this, which I already spent, following to see what I can mitigate what I have. They are not using that driveway. They're parking in the front. Everybody's parking in the front in my neighborhood.
So you're telling us that 3234 does not use that end of the driveway, because it seems like they built a nice heated driveway that goes all the way down. They're not using that end of the driveway? That's all the questions I have right now.
And Madam Chair, following up, they don't use that driveway. Why don't they use that driveway? Your neighbor, what you stated, your neighbors don't use that driveway because it's easier to park in front? So that's more of a convenience issue rather than an impracticality. So
It seems that, I don't know why they don't use it. They said first, we have difficulty going in and out. Second, they opened it up because they thought there is a garage on the bottom of the hill. Where that driveway is the garage. So the way they blocked it originally didn't make sense. And I asked them, he said he opened it up to make it, as a driveway. But they park in the front, unless they have extra car. In the winter time, you cannot park, you get stuck.
okay, and I guess I have a question for staff. The folks at next door who park in front, they're not legally there, are they?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Board. When the town did the road project, as mentioned by the applicant, putting in curbing and sidewalk, all the properties on Hillcrest Circle were given significant notice that that was going to happen so they could file for appropriate variances or provide proof that that parking was legal. That is the only property on this street that came forward and provided evidence that that, as the gentleman said, was one of the first houses built up there, and showed that there was a driveway approved and had been parking there since the 50s, and therefore we grandfathered that parking in. So, and the cars actually fit without blocking the sidewalk in those driveway spaces, compared to this property where the proposed parking shows parking spaces that are 14 feet deep, knowing our code requires 18-foot deep parking spaces, and a typical car wouldn't fit in 14 feet. The parking in those 3 spaces up front would be blocking the sidewalk, which I don't think we can approve parking that's blocking a public way required for pedestrians.
Okay, so you're basically 36 to 38 Hillcrest does not have as deep a front yard to accommodate parking unless the parking were on blocking the actual public way on the sidewalk.
Correct.
And the applicant is asking to park 3 spaces in front of that area, right on the public sidewalk.
Yes, it's staff's determination that the cars will be blocking the sidewalk.
And also, you had granted some kind of permission temporarily to the applicant to get his act together to check on building a compliant driveway? Is that?
Back when the road project was proposed, the applicant came to the town, to myself, and contacted Steve Magoon, I understand several times, and the director had agreed to allow for a plan where the applicant approached a parking space to the right of his house from accessing from the neighbor's driveway on the right. There were concerns about that. We made sure we put in the approval on that this was in no way binding, that, there is no easements here, that the neighbor at any time could say, hey, I don't want you to have access from my driveway, and therefore that parking space is gone. There was also concerns there wasn't enough room. I think there was only like 6 feet distance, so the parking in that location would be on the neighbor's driveway and prevent the neighbor from driving in there. So that may be why, the applicant is coming back, because maybe, I don't know if that didn't work out or not. That's my own assumption. I don't know if it's true, but yes, we did grant, and I believe the board, the last time the applicant was before the board, had questioned whether that approval was appropriate and legal.
And may I ask if the 3 cars were allowed to be parked in front of the house, how much of the public way would be covered by car?
Well, looking at the plan there, we got 14-foot-long parking spaces, and the brick then in front, I don't know, is maybe another foot to 2 feet. So if we say there's 16 feet there, typical. I'm sorry?
18 and a half from the sidewalk to
the plan before me shows a 14-foot parking space, and the area where it says brick is not 4 feet. So I would believe there'd be 2 to 3 feet of car over that sidewalk.
And that would hinder folks with wheelchairs, push them out on the street? Folks with pushing little kids in a carriage would have to go out in the street?
Potentially, yes, it would push pedestrian into the street, yes.
No further questions, Madam Chair.
Member Heek?
No questions, but just a comment. I have a harder time with this one, I think. Given the exhibits that you submitted, Exhibit 1 shows 3 cars parked in front of your neighbor 2 houses down, and another car parked directly in the front yard of one house over. Exhibit 2 shows 3 cars parked in front of 3234 Hillcrest, and there are others. So I'm almost never going to be in favor of a variance granting front yard parking, but it seems to be pretty prevalent in your neighborhood. Are these pictures that you submitted current?
Madam Chair and Board, this is pre-road project, so this is describing, the applicant said is people were just fanning and parking all in the front yard, and all of those cars were blocking the sidewalk. So none of that parking was ever legal, although, you know, I don't believe it was ever enforced, unfortunately, in this area, but because there was no curbing before, yes, that was the condition. Cars were just fanning and parking all over the sidewalks
Prior to the road project.
prior to the road project.
But so under current conditions after the road project, would those, I mean, if you back it up one, to Exhibit 1,
No,
are
no,
there now
that-
parking spaces in front of the White House, two to the right of 3638 Hillcrest?
There is driveway access to the right and the left and not in the middle. So where that red truck is, that's all curbing in front of there.
All right.
And where the van is parked on the right, that's all curbing.
Okay, thank you. Then I retract my earlier comment.
The two other houses to my right, they have driveways actually, they park in front.
And how about 3234 Hillcrest? Is there front yard parking there?
32, 34 is the one, yes, that's the first one, and to my left.
But,
42 is to my right. This is to my left.
Yeah.
Yes.
is the front yard parking at 3234 Hillcrest still in place?
Yes, sir, that's how they park.
And
It was approved.
those are the spaces that were grandfathered in when we did the road project, because they provide evidence that it was parking that fit cars and approved prior to our current code.
But 3234 also has had a driveway, correct?
Correct.
So what is the distinction between 3234 Hillcrest having a driveway and maintaining the two front yard parking spaces, and 3638 having a driveway and not being able to preserve?
Because prior to the road project, we had noticed all those properties in order to give them time to come forward with providing evidence that that parking was legal and grandfathered in prior to our current codes prohibiting front yard parking, or to request a variance or something other. In this particular block or circle, that was the only property that came forward and provided evidence that those were grandfathered spaces. So that is the only property on this circle that was grandfathered front yard parking. The house that the applicant is referencing, I think 2 doors down on the right, has two driveways that go to the side. Given the angle of the cul-de-sac, yes, there are pinch points of that driveway that are technically in front of the house, but it's providing side yard parking.
Thank you.
Member Donato, any questions or comments?
Just to clarify, so you purchased the property in 1996 and had no problems prior to 2016? Okay, so you were just parking out in front?
Yes.
I read the Davidson Engineering not as saying it's not possible. It seems like it's very much possible, and it also sounds like you're going to have to address your foundation anyway. So it sounds like that's something that you'll have to do at some point, sooner than later anyway, as part of the maintenance of your home. I'm concerned about, cars backing out over the curbing. I'm also concerned about cars hanging out over the sidewalk, the lack of green space, the fact that there's no buffer on either side, that the spots proposed really don't have any maneuverability. So I'm really not comfortable with this variance request.
And my neighbor have the same configurations to the right and left.
I have a couple questions, sir. So my first question is, you're here stating you have hardships. We have some materials about the soils. Why didn't you put topography on your site plan to show us the grades? Why do you not have elevations on your site plan to show us the topographical issue?
I put one of the exhibits has the steepness.
Why do you're coming to the meeting and saying you have a topographical hardship, yet you have not included topography on your plan to show us the issue?
And the picture in Exhibit 4, what do you mean by topography? Topography is the appeal, right?
You stated earlier that you have this hardship, sir, so I would hope that you would understand what you stated.
Topography.
Topography is elevation, sir. So which ones are you saying?
3A.
3A is a calculation of slope, useless. That has nothing to do with
That's
this.
the steepness.
Sir, you went out and hired a surveyor, correct? And you prepared this, and you showed, what you wanted over here and what you wanted in here, and you're telling us it's very narrow. Conveniently, there's no dimensions of this area in here to show that it is in fact too narrow, but it is in fact wider than where you do want to park, and you provide us no elevations. There's no topography on this plan.
Well, I could have the survey. This is not done by me, professional survey.
I understand that.
If you require topography, I can ask you to do topography.
Madam Chair and Board, just to note, on the survey, it does show topo elevations, where it looks like from the top of the driveway is at 97 and at the bottom is 90, so it's approximately a 7-foot drop
There are
from the
some
front
spot
to the
grades,
back.
but there's nothing in the back.
Sure.
Put something going down the side of the house and park in the back. Make parking in the back.
How are we going to go back up behind the house?
Well, I'll get there, sir.
Move the house, are we?
I have a few other questions. So you bought this house. I think last time when you were in front of us, you said you weren't living in it because you recently gutted it all and re-renovated it?
Renovating and giving it, don't give it.
Okay, so you renovated the entire structure, both units?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you did all that work, you didn't feel as though you were making a very big investment, I'm sure. You didn't feel as though it was important to take care of the foundation issues and the settling issues at that time?
These issues been there ever since we bought the house.
Okay.
It's something coming up.
Okay,
It's a hill.
okay.
The hill is settled. I cannot fix the hill. This is a private conversation that I had with the structural engineering, which they didn't want to indicate. They said you have to get other experts to address those issues. Now,
Okay.
since I lived there, and this house has been there since 1928, my house was built in 1928. So that's the first house. The other house that they brought some document that it was parking there, then it should have shown mine must have had a parking at that point. So I don't know how to stop the hill moving.
Okay, I have other questions. You've been there since 1996. Has the issue with the foundation gotten any worse?
You mean the settling?
Yes.
It's not very dramatic settling.
Okay,
As they indicated, if you do alteration by backfilling, that would pressure. I'm not an engineer, I'm a scientist. So I don't know the details about these subtleties. It's not my expertise to make an opinion.
okay. I'm just asking you questions so I can have an opinion.
That's what I'm saying. The settling, it's for all the houses there, at least as far as I know. My house has the settling. And it's getting there, but it's not really dramatic. So apparently it's been there ever since this house has been built.
Okay. My other question is, you're saying that the side, it's very narrow. Well, you have a paved area, but there's quite a bit of green space to the left of the driveway, which the pavement could be expanded and a wall could be constructed. So you're actually proposing parking spaces that are the same width, if not more narrow, than what's there. So the ones that the pavement that's there doesn't work, but the spaces at 7 feet are going to work?
It's more than 7 feet. And then you are not going to park all the time. This is the main thing. We park during the winter. Even in past, during a regular season, we park on the street. It's a winter time that you have to be away from the street. So that is the issue. And at that time, there isn't ample space to accommodate staggering or back and forth parking the cars there.
So this is to be used when there's snow on the ground and snow storage and even sort of less space to maneuver? Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, sir, I think you have options. I think you have options to improve the driveway that you have. It is going to cost you some money, but we see these types of improvements all the time. We had people remove basements and foundations from porches and create carports with a much steeper slope. And I think if you bring it up a couple feet and you put the wall in, I mean, you can fit the cars in there, no problem. Or you can have something where you come all the way to the back and you propose some sort of parking in the back. I'd even be willing to talk about having 2 spaces tandem on the right side, but there's 4 across the front. I mean, we have the saying, everything looks good on paper. Well, this doesn't even look good on paper, sir. It's concerning. It's 14 feet of depth and 7 feet wide. I mean, that's very, very tight. An 8-foot space is tight. And I would, again, I don't know how the other members feel, but he can, the one, space number 1, obviously, that's, existing, I think. Is that fully existing, that space, or is he moving it closer to the property line? Space number 1. Or where it says proposed parking 1 space on the left side?
I think it's pretty...
Yes, that's an existing space, yes.
Okay. So that space obviously could stay. And then to the other side of the structure, you can probably fit 2 tandem. That's something I'm willing to talk about. If it comes over a little in front of the house, I'm willing to talk about that. Maybe you could do a grass crate treatment or something where the grass grows up. But this 3 across the front, sir, I don't think is going to get much support. Well, my first recommendation is do what your structural engineer said, and take care of the foundation and do it right and have the 4 spaces. That's my first recommendation.
Well, that is, again, it's costly. So it's for
I understand.
rental option. I cannot afford that right now. Right. Second is that driveway you see, it's very narrow. As I said, it's dangerous to go in and out. You can drive it yourself. It's not an easy drive to go in and out of it.
I know in its current state, sir, that it's not, but again, there's ways to change the grade, there's ways to elevate it.
That space cannot be changed. It's the wall of the house. I showed you the picture. You cannot move the house. You cannot move the fence. The chain link is a property line. The house is there. So whatever you do there, if there is so much space in that part you're suggesting, you still have to go through this hole. This hole is too narrow. That's what I'm trying to say.
Between the corner of the house and the chain link fence?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's 10.4 feet.
You can look at the picture that I just gave.
And I'm looking at the survey drawing, sir, the one that's up there, it says 10.4.
Actually, you said that usually things looks good when driving. If you look at the picture, it will tell you otherwise. It's not really look good.
Okay,
It's not-
so let's back up. So you're telling me 10.4 is too narrow, yet you want
It's
to,
actually 9.something, it's not 10.
well, then you should update your plan, because it says 10.4. So,
Well, I think as you go down, as you see, if you go down, it gets bigger. You see on the front, this is very low inside, it's 9.some feet. So 10, if you go even further, it gets wider as you go down. So the driveway... to
yeah,
go-
that was my first point, sir, that it gets much wider, and you can put a retaining wall in and grade it out and make this work. So again, it doesn't seem like we're getting much movement on that. So my next question, or is saying, potential, and I don't know how the other board members feel about trying to do something on the right. Again, he would need the buffer variance, he would need, all this brick and everything that he put down is all, I'm guessing that's all illegal.
Well, technically, someone can have a patio in their front yard. We can't stop
Okay.
from that, so.
Okay. So, the situation that's going on there, but it looks like the pinch point on that side between the corner and the property line is even more narrow than the other side.
Again, I put a picture for that specific question to see there is enough space to go in. As I said, you're not going to use this way all the time. You don't like to park in front. if you look at the
Well,
96.
parking all over the street isn't much better, sir, respectfully. I just, I'm sure that people, aren't crazy about you parking your cars all over the street all the time either,
That's how we've been parking there. It's just the fact of life in this particular dead-end street.
Okay, all right. So is the board supportive of him even attempting to try to lay something out to the right of the house? If it can fit, I don't have a dimension in there, I tried to.
Well, Madam Chair, devil's in the details, of course, so, I mean, if you can make something work on the left, I'm amenable to seeing something. It looks like the space on the right is a little too narrow, but I don't quite know what the measurements are on the farthest end of the house relative to the property line.
So he has I guess, there's what we have in front of us, which I don't believe has much support. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. So it looks like we're not supportive of what you're asking for here. There's just too many variances, and frankly, 3 out of the 4 spaces are substandard. So, it's kind of negative on negative on negative. So we have the side with the existing long driveway that, can be improved to the tune of, $30,000. And then we have the opposite side where he could maybe fit 2 tandem spaces. Portions would be within the front yard, and he would still need relief similar to what he's asking for, and he would end up with 3 parking spaces on the property. So, I mean, you've got to come back with a revised plan. I would ask you to think really hard about making an investment and trying to do this once and do it right, because everything else that you're proposing is frankly just substandard.
Investment would be very detrimental, very substantial hardship financially, and it will not answer the question of parking 4 cars in that space, because of, as I said, my wife is not a savvy driver, and it could easily hit someone or hit the wall. So I think that's dangerous going through that. Besides the hardship, that issue exists, and we can't really do anything about that. But as far as other suggestions, I'm open to your suggestion, and I follow whatever you suggested last time, to bring a professional survey, and I did so.
Yes, you got the survey, you just laid the spaces out in the wrong spots, that's all. Because this is just so much relief. It's not, nothing is compliant, sir. Absolutely nothing. No buffers, no dimensions, no widths. It's just one big non-compliant proposal. So does the board want to give him any direction as to what they'd like to see, or is this just ask him to come back with something, and at that point, again, I don't know the width between that corner and the property line. It might not even be wide enough to get past it.
For my own part, I'd be amenable to looking at some kind of solution along the right-hand property line, if it's possible to fit anything over there. And I would also encourage you to, notwithstanding the cost, continue to explore a better use of the existing driveway. Figure out something to do over there. You mentioned, in response to the chair's comments a moment ago, that the continuing desire for 4 parking spaces, and I think I'd encourage you also to perhaps let go of the aspiration to squeeze 4 parking spaces onto this site. You may get another, you've got currently 1 in the driveway, maybe you could extend the driveway and get 2. Maybe you could squeeze 1 spot on the right, I don't know. But 4 parking spaces could certainly be untenable under any way you might do this. I guess I'd also suggest, if we're giving you suggestions and talking about having you come back, I think I would suggest not coming back in a month under this application, but perhaps a withdrawal of this application and coming back with a new application later on. Because whatever it is we're asking for as a board would seem to me to be substantially different from what you've proposed here. And perhaps
Different relief.
better to go back, really think it through, with the benefit of some additional expert consultants and come back with a new application and a new proposal later on. I don't know that, I don't know that you're going to be ready to come back and convince 4 out of 5 members of the board that you've got a viable solution here 30 days from now. I don't know that that is,
Yeah, I spent the past 3 years.
I understand.
Sir, does the backyard continue to drop off after the driveway?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I'm...
Yes, please.
On the right side there, is it feasible to put something on the right side? Is it steep on that side or no?
We did, actually, we put,
Oh, the brick there, so
so that's where actually I brought the picture in the car, you can see it. You can go in there, and then you can go 2 cars on that side. Because
previously he had an
So yes, that right side accommodates.
Sure, I agree. I'll just make a comment. I tend to agree with some of the thoughts that have been expressed. I really think the best way to do it would be to look into the left side and maybe address your foundation issues as well. But I would be more inclined, I think, if it was possible, and you didn't want to pursue that, to look at something on the right side. Some of the concerns that have been expressed are cars hanging over the sidewalk. You might be able to address that if you could push something back far enough on the right side. And I'm trying to think about, and also the green space, I think you could save if you did that. But again, I would suggest if I would look into the kind of fix on the left side. Anyways, my comments.
Sir, my other comment is if, you know, we're going to be approving or looking at something else, then the other side is going to be removed, correct? The part that you say,
Yeah, it's not usable.
so that, okay, so that would be removed, that pavement?
Which pavement? To
The pavement that you say you cannot improve, that we want you to use, an engineer?
the front?
No,
To the side.
the existing driveway, sir, that you've...
Oh, existing driveway?
Yes.
How do you want me to remove it?
Well, I'm just,
Yes.
yeah, I'm just, okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, all right. Are you submitting these for the record, these pictures?
If it's necessary, if it's not, I'll keep it.
Yeah, we'll keep them. So what do you want to do?
Come back again, this has become very costly. I mean,
Sir,
I have
respectfully,
already-
you purchased the property, you
Yeah.
just renovated the whole entire structure.
not in
So-
that, it was just second floor, ma'am, I was just doing the second floor.
Okay.
If I withdraw again, I have to go through.
Well, let me just default to staff. Is he able to make amendments to his plan and still be within how it was advertised? It was advertised for location, size, and setback requirements to allow front and side yard parking without the required size or buffer. So that was pretty wide open, and I think if he, anything anywhere is going to require that, anything on this lot is going to require that relief, correct? Okay. So I think we can continue it are you going to be ready for September?
October probably better, so I'll explore what.
October, I am not, is that when I'm not here?
Neither you nor John.
But,
Yeah, I won't be here either.
I'll do my best.
Okay, so if you can make it by September, come in September. If not, come in November.
Just do it right is my advice.
Should I consult with one of the, what do I need to consult with? So
Your
recommendation-
consultants, you need to go back to them and tell them this, we're not in favor of this, and try to lay some, again, I still think there's viability here, sir, frankly, I really do. I know there's a cost associated with it, but it's viable. Or if you want to pursue something over here, but nothing, all this has to go.
Okay, I'll discuss.
And yeah, okay.
All right.
I think the staff can give you some guidance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to continue this petition to September?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will move on to 410 Belmont Street. Okay, we're going to resume the meeting. Actually, a lot of people joined us since we began, so I'm going to ask individuals to swear themselves in. If you weren't sworn in at the beginning of the meeting and you plan on speaking this evening, stand up, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I swear the testimony I give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Okay. So the next matter is 410 Belmont Street. This is an appeal, a determination of the zoning enforcement officer. I do not believe we have a legal notice, is that correct?
I don't think so, right?
Right.
Louise, there's not anything I should read, I don't think, right?
Share this one.
Maybe there is.
Let's take a look.
I don't have the...
There should be a legal notice.
Sure. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. 410 Belmont Street, Oakley Country Club, appeal determination of zoning enforcement officer. An accessory structure retaining wall does not require a special permit.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, William York on behalf of the Oakley Country Club. We're here this evening on an appeal from the zoning enforcement officer's determination of April 5, 2019. You have in front of you an addenda that sets forth the relevant plans for this evening, which are the plans of April 4, as well as full-size sets of those, and a copy of the zoning enforcement officer's determination, which I know you have in any event, as well as practice range policy limits. Before I get started, I want to introduce who's with me, Jack Bartley, the president of Oakley Country Club, my law partner, David Klebanoff, who will make part of the presentation, as well as Brad McKenzie, who is with McKenzie Engineering, who will be here this evening to walk you through his efforts. First off, before I step back, I'd like to introduce Jack Bartley.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee and staff. As stated, my name is Jack Bartley, and I've had the honor of being the president of Oakley Country Club since March of this year. I'd like to thank the Zoning Board of Appeals for the ability to speak. As a club that's been part of the fabric of Watertown for over 121 years, I can tell you with the highest level of confidence and sincerity that nothing is more important to our leadership or our membership than the strong relationship we have with this great community. It's for that very reason that Oakley is deeply concerned about the impact that some of the club's construction activities have had on our neighbors along Oakley and Arden Road. For the past year, Oakley has been engaged in the most ambitious building renovation project in the club's history. At the same time, we endeavored to make certain improvements and changes to property along the golf course to facilitate better drainage. It has become clear to all involved that there was a breakdown in the process and protocol along the way. And so I am here to acknowledge that. Our communications and neighbor relations were poor. Oakley's leadership should have implemented a proper community outreach effort to our neighbors at the very beginning of this process. And despite advice and assurances from our then consulting engineer to the contrary, we should have filed for a building permit for our retaining wall after we received approvals from the DPW on our stormwater plan. Those are realities on which I believe Oakley and its neighbors are in agreement. I imagine they also feel that there is no excuse for such errors, and we are in agreement on that score also. Our lack of proper communication created animosity and vitriol, which has resulted. And as president of Oakley, I stand before the community now with a sincere desire and hope to resolve this matter amicably and repair the relationship with our neighbors. It's unfortunately that Oakley's reputation has come under fire because we are judged not by our intentions but our actions. And I just want to indulge just a little bit on some of our work with the community. For over 65 years, Oakley has donated the cost of greens fees and lunch to the Watertown Police and Fire Golf Tournament, now known as the Joseph Toscano Memorial Golf Tournament. For the past 42 years, Oakley has donated its golf course and banquet space to the Watertown Boys and Girls Club. And I've been told that many at the club have stated that without Oakley Country Club support, there would not be a Boys and Girls Club. Every summer, every Tuesday in the summer, for the past 20 years, Oakley has sponsored the Special Olympic program, where Special Olympians from Watertown and Belmont play 9 holes with their non-disabled partners. And ever since the Watertown High School had a golf team, Oakley has provided its course for practice and tournament play. Some of those athletes were also Oakley caddies, and many received WeMet College Scholarship. In fact, last year alone, Oakley had WeMet Scholarship awardees totaling just under $30,000. Finally, we have submitted letters from other abutters who specifically mention instances of a positive and cooperative relationship with Oakley Country Club. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that the 80-plus Watertown family members who call Oakley their second home are not strangers. Many, like myself, are lifelong residents and have been active in this community for decades. It is our desire and hope that this issue can be resolved amicably and we can move forward in a more positive light. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Before I turn the podium over, I wanted to present sort of an overview of the last number of months. In October of 2018, Oakley, through its then engineer, applied for and received from the DPW a stormwater management and erosion control permit for grading work, grounds improvement, and soil removal based upon submitted plans. Those plans included a retaining wall, netting, and poles. Work proceeded with the regrading based upon that permit and construction of a retaining wall under the mistaken but good faith belief that the wall did not require any further permits, that the DPW permit sufficed. That advice was wrong. Although relied upon in good faith by Oakley, Oakley owns that responsibility, as you heard from Jack. The winter months brought frozen ground, one of the wettest late winter and early springs in decades, and the inability to properly address drainage. I will only say that these were not optimal construction conditions and made it almost impossible to complete the work during the season the work was commenced. In March, Oakley was advised by the town that a permit was required for a wall and obviously netting. Oakley immediately filed for a building permit on March 12th, shortly after being notified. Around March 28th, I commenced consulting with Oakley at that time, brought to come to a meeting at first with DPW and planning staff to address concerns with erosion and sediment control. Upon Oakley hearing from neighbors of their opposition to the netting contained on the plan, the building permit application of March 12 was revised, as well as the accompanying plans to completely eliminate the netting and poles. They were not necessary and were eliminated. The revised plans, which I think you have in front of you, dated April 4th, and the revised building permit application were submitted that day, April 4th, to the town. Those are the relevant plans and application that are before you on this appeal. On April 5th, the zoning enforcement officer issued a determination that he could not sign off on the building permit, quote, for a block wall regrading and landscaping, as relief is required through the Zoning Board of Appeals for expansion or alteration of use only permitted by special permit. That is the determination which is the subject of this appeal. We believe it needs a building permit and tonight's hearing. I would note that on May 10th, Brad McKenzie of McKenzie Engineering was retained by Oakley to handle and direct the completion of erosion control, stormwater management, and stabilization of the regrading. He has been working consistently through then, along with DPW and obviously the Oakley. One other point that I would like to make, and that's two of the exhibits that are before you, is the practice range limits for the practice range at Oakley. They are for the years 2018 and 2019. Those have been long-standing policies and limits at the Oakley. They will not change. They do not change. That limit remains in effect, that limits shots of 165 yards. That has been historic. The use of the practice range is not being expanded, and the nets have been removed. For purposes of the legal issues relating to the appeal, I'm going to turn to my partner, David Klebanoff, to address those specific issues.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. As Bill said, we are appealing a refusal of a building permit. The permit sought permission to construct a block wall, yet the rejection was treated as having been for a block wall grading and landscaping. Just to clarify this at the beginning, grading and landscaping don't require a building permit. The grading is within the jurisdiction of the DPW, and landscaping is, I don't know if it's within anyone's jurisdiction, but it is not a zoning matter. What did require a permit was the wall, and that's why we're here. Now, we were rejected on the basis that a retaining wall is somehow excludes non-conforming use protection. And the theory appears to be that we have changed or extended the non-conforming use of the property as a country club. And respectfully, that determination was an error. And the first reason is the most fundamental reason. A wall is not a use. A retaining wall is a structure. Your notice referred to it as such. It has to comply with the building code. It has to comply with the zoning code. But it isn't a use. The code in Watertown defines a use as being the purpose for which land or a building is arranged or designed. And the purpose here is holding back earth. It has nothing to do with playing golf. It has nothing to do with expanding the use of the course for golf. The retaining wall is a structure. It's a combination of materials. And in fact, retaining walls are listed specifically as structures in your bylaw. Neither is landscaping or installation of drainage a use. So this exception to the non-conforming use protection has simply been misapplied in this case. The wall needed to meet setback and height
requirements in zoning, it had to meet the structural requirements of the building code, but it is not extending the use of Oakley. Now, I saw in the town's response to our filing that they've attempted to address that fundamental problem by just assigning it a purpose. Based on what I don't know, and completely divorced from the function of a retaining wall, the town insists that it's an unpermitted expansion of an existing driving range and claims the wall is used to somehow implement the pre-existing the expansion of the pre-existing non-conforming use. There's absolutely no basis for that assertion. As Bill said, the limits on this practice range have not changed. The yardage you're allowed to hit the ball has not changed. The area where the balls land has not changed. The elevation has been risen a bit, which only, I think, keeps these balls from rolling down the hill into neighbors' yards, not that they land on flat ground. But holding back soil used to raise a grade does not extend the use. And when the work is done and the replanting is finished, that area for the practice range is going to be unchanged. It may have fewer trees and a more formal barrier, but it has not been expanded. Now, for the sake of argument, I'll accept the town's position that somehow what was done by holding back this soil is some kind of expansion. And there may, in fact, be another, say, 10,000 feet of open area where there used to be a tree. Now there'll be grass. For the club to lose its non-conforming use status under your bylaws and Chapter 48, there has to either have been a change in the use or a substantial extension of the use. And I don't think anyone's claiming there's been any kind of change. It's still a golf course. That section is still a practice range. So we get to whether this is a substantial extension. And I note on this point that the town's memorandum several times, 4 or 5, refers to this as being an expansion or extension. But it never refers to it as a substantial extension. And I give you credit for being honest, but the standard here is that it has to be substantial. Not every creeping of an inch forward or another foot of land forfeits the non-conforming use. And you compare this to a situation like the Oakham case, where they had excavated sand and gravel, and they went from 5 acres to 25, and 1,500 cubic yards to 50,000. That is the sort of thing which has been found to be an expansion of a non-conforming use. We are miles away from that. If you even accept that 10,000 square feet that used to be a tree is now grass, that is 0.02% of the 90 acres of Oakley. The case law requires there be a dramatic increase in the use before you trigger this exception. And no one can tell me with a straight face that taking down a couple trees and raising the grade qualifies. But we can look at this under the long-standing powers tests, and these are, as you know, what is used to judge whether non-conforming use has been expanded. And the first 2 tests go to the issue of the change of use. That's not our issue, but quickly, the first test is, has the nature and purpose of the property's use changed? Well, pretty clearly, no. It's still a country club. It's still a practice range. It's still used for golf. The second powers test assumes that there has been some kind of intensified use, because what it says is there a difference in the quality or the character as well as the degree of use. So it's assuming that the degree is increased somehow. But there is no change in the nature and purpose of this use. It is, again, there is no change in the hours of the use. There's no change in the rules being applied. There's no change in the season being lengthened. There's no change in the activity being conducted or the number of users. It's exactly the same as it was. And again, the case law requires that a change be, quote, extraordinary or change the fundamental nature of what's happening there. And that is simply not happened. Now, the third powers test is, does any change or intensification render the use, quote, different in kind and effect on the neighborhood? And again, the answer is no. There's not more traffic. There's not more noise. There's not different hours of use. There are 0 off-site impacts from the fact that we put a retaining wall holding back some of the soil from the drainage work. And it's very telling in this respect that I've read some of the neighbors' comments and I've read the town's filing. And while they are quite disappointed in things, and I think Mr. Barclay and Bill admitted that, and they're objecting to various impacts, none of the impacts are from the use of the property as golf. These are all construction impacts or topographical impacts about things washing over and mud coming into their yard, and those are quite legitimate concerns, and they have every right to demand that the town do something about them and correct them. But the effect on the neighborhood has nothing to do with extending the use of this practice range or extending the use of the club for golf. And the clearest proof of that is if this wall was never put in, there wouldn't be a single change in the way this land is used. And that's what you've got to be looking at. Has there been some extension, in some sort of factor that impacts the neighborhood on the use of the course for golf? And the wall, neither it does or facilitates any change in the use at all. So it's clear mistakes were made, and it's clear Oakley needs to have better communication with the neighbors and more careful and thorough town involvement in its major projects. I think they've admitted that. But to punish a landowner because you can, because he happens to be here, or to step in and regulate things that are within the jurisdiction of the DPW is not what you're here for. You're here to decide zoning questions, and this is an extremely discrete zoning question. It has no discretionary elements. It's a fact-finding. Can a building permit issue for a retaining wall, or is a special permit needed because that wall substantially extends the use of this property? And however you feel about the course of events and whatever sympathy you have for the neighbors, you simply cannot find that a retaining wall, accessory to a golf course use, substantially extends the non-conforming use of that property.
For the record, Brad McKenzie, McKenzie Engineering Group, registered professional land surveyors and engineers. As Bill had mentioned, we're not the original design engineers for the project. We were retained in early May by Oakley. We were asked to provide some guidance on implementing some construction and best management practices to address some erosion control issues that had occurred during the winter and spring months in connection with the DPW permit that was issued, the regrading for the practice range in that portion of the property. My understanding is that these issues occurred before my involvement through reviewing the file, and the communication between DPW and Oakley is that, as Bill alluded to, there were some severe construction issues, construction conditions. There were frozen ground conditions during the winter, not optimal construction conditions. And in the spring, you had a near-record rainfall events. So you had frozen ground conditions with a unstabilized area that essentially resulted in an impervious condition. And when the spring thaw came, you had the rains washing some of the sediments down towards down gradient properties and impacting them in an adverse way. When we first got involved, we immediately met with DPW on May 14th, and we had discussed with them some measures that the club would immediately take to alleviate some of the concerns about erosion, the impacts to down gradient properties, including the Oakley Road right-of-way. So what we discussed with DPW, and there were several best management practices that were implemented. There were temporary diversion channels that were constructed throughout the practice range to channelize water down to an existing leaching catch basin that was located down gradient for most of the range area. We also implemented and shored up existing erosion control devices around the perimeter of the property, particularly down gradient of the retaining walls as the property abuts 1 Arden Road and 65 Oakley Road. I recommended measures to regrade the right-of-way at Oakley Road in the vicinity of an existing catch basin that had been partially buried over a period of time, silt sacks and other measures that were implemented to protect or prevent the sediments from migrating into the catch basins in the town drainage system. And lastly, we recommended or corrected a interim construction procedure involving the raising of an existing leaching structure on the Oakley property. There was a temporary standpipe, a perforated standpipe that we advised them to remove, and working with precast concrete companies advised Oakley and their contractor how to properly check the structural integrity of that structure and raise it to the proposed finished grade. And we also worked with DPW to provide some minor adjustments to the plan that was approved in connection with the earth removal permit. And we just, to ensure that the grades, the swales, there was positive drainage to direct that water to the leaching basin on top of the upper wall area. So from early to mid-May, our company was performing almost weekly inspections of the property and preparing inspection reports to DPW with photographs that documented the construction progress of the project and the erosion control measures implemented. Since our firm's involvement in May, there have been no flooding or erosion issues to downgradient properties, with the exception of an issue that occurred. There was an extreme rainfall event on August 7th. There was at least 3 inches or more of rain in a very short period of time that had occurred the day after Oakley had completed the loaming and hydroseeding of most of the practice range. So the area was unstabilized. I should say the loam had just been placed. An intense rainfall event occurred, washed the loam down into the swale on top of the wall area, and then over the wall, because the swale was not there to prevent or to accept the runoff from the upgradient area into the basin. The next day I was on site and working with Oakley. We met with the property owner of 1 Arden, who had experienced some erosion on her property, and I instructed Oakley to immediately clean up their property, which they did the next morning, as well as the right-of-way at Oakley Road. And again, to my knowledge, there have been no issues since that time. It's also my understanding that prior to this construction, a few years ago, the neighbors had acknowledged, I think the owner of 65 Oakley had filed a variance petition with the zoning board and made the hardship argument that one of the existing conditions was periodic flooding issues emanating from the golf course coming to their property. And so I think the difference between what happened this summer and perhaps the spring and the condition that was experienced a few years ago and documented by the owner of 65 Oakley was that the runoff before, because there was no construction activity, was not sediment laden. It was clean, but nevertheless they acknowledged that the runoff did come down the steep slope to their property and into their house. I guess in summary, an inspection that I made late last week revealed that the site was completely stabilized, hydroseeded, seeds starting to germinate, and all of the erosion control devices were in place as instructed by us. And Oakley's been very responsive to our recommendations relative to providing mitigating measures to make sure that any erosion didn't occur in the future. And I guess in closing, I'm quite confident in saying that the design that is implemented once the site is stabilized, with the terraced wall and the swale, the large depressed area above that upper wall that directs runoff to that leaching structure, I'm quite confident that that will result in a condition that will reduce the peak rates of runoff to a lower rate than what was previously experienced before construction. So with that, I'll open it up to
That would conclude our presentation. We're here if there are any questions of any member of the team or any thoughts. What we're looking for is to get to a determination, so hopefully we can move this forward. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it up. Does the staff have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Just to respond and provide a report to the Board as far as how we came with this determination. And I would like to first start with our determination are never made to punish. We would never make those arbitrary determinations. We treat everyone fairly and are based on solid professional review and determination and coordination. So these determinations are never made to punish. I would never do that. I hold myself to a much higher standard. Secondly, the attorney states that, yes, our memo does not state or make a finding that this was substantial. We do not believe that is our role. Our role is in determining that there was an alteration and change to a non-conforming use. The body who determines whether or not something is more substantial and detrimental is this board, which is why we state that this requires some type of discretionary permit, whether it be special permit or a special permit finding. So we would never make that determination ourselves. By code, that determination is made by the board. We made that determination based on a number of changes to the site. The project, again, as the attorney stated, resulted in significant removal of vegetation and trees, which previously screened the golf course from the abutting residential properties. Zoning certainly does regulate landscaping and screening, as we do and condition those permits in these meetings and approvals all the time. The project resulted in the construction of 2 5-foot retaining walls at the rear of the abutting residential properties to the south. That grade changed from an elevation of 145 to 155 in about a distance of the same, about 10 to 15 feet at the rear of those properties. It then continues to alter the grade over about 200 feet. So from the lowest point to the highest point where the grade changes, approximately raising that grade of 20 feet to a grade of 165. Due to the removal of the screening of the golf course, the significant change in close proximity to the residential properties at the back of the 2 5-foot retaining walls, the substantial increase in grade of 20 feet over the course of 200 feet, the department had determined that there was a change, alteration to an existing nonconforming use, and therefore required a discretionary permit by this board. We also had our attorney's office review the applicant's statement and our staff report, and our attorney's office in Boston felt we were on good standing with this. If you have any questions, I am available.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to open it up to the audience. Is there anybody here that has any questions or comments about this matter? Come on up, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Donato. I live at 42 Arden Road, and I'm appearing in my individual capacity this evening. I truly believe that property owners should have a right to do whatever they want with their properties, provided that work complies with the building and zoning codes here in Watertown. In fact, I've appeared in front of this board on several occasions to speak in favor of neighborhood projects. Most recently, I appeared on behalf of Doreen and Mark Dawson, who live at 36 Arden Road, which was constructed in 1929 prior to the enactment of zoning in Watertown, similar to the Oakley Country Club. The Dawsons wanted to tear down an existing deck and construct a new deck, which is an accessory structure. They were required to apply for a special permit. This board had to make a determination that such change was not substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use, structure, or building to the neighborhood, even though the stairs to the new deck would be constructed in the same exact location and the same existing non-conforming side setback would be maintained. In the case before you, Oakley Country Club constructed retaining walls that combined to measure approximately 10 feet in height and almost 200 feet in length without obtaining a building permit. Excuse me, sir? I did not speak over you when you were presenting, so I would appreciate it if you would not speak over me.
We can hear you, sir.
And they did so not only without seeking a building permit, but without seeking relief from this board. And it defies logic that this type of structure would not require a building permit. I would also like to clarify, when Mr. Bartley earlier said the communication between Oakley and the neighbors was poor, it was non-existent. There was no communication to the neighborhood at all that all the trees that were taken down would be taken down. There was no communication at all that a 10-foot by 200-foot long retaining wall would be built. Now, Oakley argues there are two reasons why they do not need a special permit. One, the retaining wall is a structure that is accessory to the main use, similar to the deck that required the Dawsons to appear here in front of you, and that it's just accessory to the main use as a country club, and by definition would not change or extend the non-conforming principal use. I will note, however, that the case law cited in Oakley's memorandum, in which they say specifically you need to look at this as a structure versus a use situation, the case law that they cite is case law that specifically talks about uses. So the case law that they are citing to support their contention has nothing to do with structures. Also, where Oakley did not apply for building permit or zoning relief in this case, it appears as though Oakley believes it should be the entity that determines what uses and structures are accessory as opposed to town staff or this board. If that argument is upheld, what prevents Oakley Country Club from constructing other accessory structures over time that, when taken as a whole, result in a substantial extension of the non-conforming use of the land as a country club? Also, Oakley states that there is no difference in the quality or character or the degree of the principal use, and the use is not different in kind in its effect on the neighborhood. Oakley argues that an improvement does not become a change or substantial extension simply because we, the neighborhood, complain that some improvement renders the site somehow different than its previous condition, and that the use must be different in kind in its effect. Oakley argues that there has been no change in the fundamental nature and no dramatic increase. And further, they claim that this project will improve the drainage situation for the ultimate benefit of our neighbors. I would argue that this use is very different in kind in its effect on the neighborhood. Several dozens of trees and a lot of vegetation were removed to make way for a large monochromatic structure. What was once a passive, unimproved area will soon become an activated area of the country club. I credit the engineer's testimony earlier as to steps he's taken to approve drainage issues, but I will say that August 7th was not that long ago. This wall was constructed in December. So some of my neighbors, one of whom I'm sure will follow up and speak after me, have had issues for close to 9 months with drainage. In addition, the Oakley Country Club received a violation of the stormwater and erosion control permit. And they, as stated before, they needed to replace their engineer. The other thing, and I think Attorney York was smart earlier when he said that the plans in front of you are the plans that you should reference, not the previous plan. And the reason he says that is because on the previous plan, it showed a 40-foot tall fence. Now, Oakley prefers the term protective netting because this is the type of netting that is going to protect us as neighbors. I would say, as noted in Oakley's memorandum, the country club was opened in 1898. In the intervening 121 years, there has never been a structure similar to a 40-foot tall fence that separated Oakley Country Club and the abutting properties. Now, I would argue to you, the only reason we're not discussing that fence tonight is because the Department of Community Development and Planning issued a stop work order. Oakley Country Club built the retaining wall without a permit. They would have built the fence without a permit. It was only because the stop work order was issued that that fence, and let's call it what it is, it's a fence. That's the only reason it was not, built. I will give Oakley credit because after some conversation with the neighbors, they realized that the fence was really a non-starter. It has since been removed from your plans. But I will say that Oakley has been adamant since they removed it from their plans to let the neighbors know that more likely than not, they're going to come back to the town at some point in the future to install this 40-foot fence. So now the only reason we can't get, I guess currently can't satisfy the dramatic increase in intensity is because the fence isn't currently there. But I would argue that if no fence was needed in the last 121 years, the only reason that you could anticipate the need for a fence is that you were going to increase the activity on the golf course. And it is disingenuous for the country club to say that this is only about drainage and that it has only been about drainage. Because, Watertown is a small community, and members of Oakley Country Club are friends with several of the neighbors on the street, and there has always been discussion about extending the driving range. There is conflicting reports to neighbors on the street. So although these driving range restrictions are currently in place and supposedly will remain in place in the future, it still begs the question as to why would this fence even be necessary? If the Dawsons were required to come before this board to establish that the replacement of a set of stairs was not substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use, structure, or building to the neighborhood, then I think the totality of the circumstances here, the size of the retaining wall, the drainage issues, and the once proposed and future proposal of a 40-foot tall fence give rise to the type of qualitative change and substantial extension that constitutes an impermissible alteration of the non-conforming use, and I would ask you to uphold the staff's finding that the proposed changes warrant review and approval by this board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I get into any more public comment, and I was going to wait to ask this question, but I would like the Oakley just to quickly again tell us why they even did this in the first place. That's the part I'm missing. And calling it a drainage project, frankly, there's very little drainage improvements proposed. So just a little bit of why, again, I'm just trying to get in the context.
I can, and I would like to, if I remember at the end of what I say, to address Mr. Donato's issue about the netting and future intent. But as far as the reason why, the Oakley had soil that they were removing from their water supply source, and that soil could be used for better purposes on the site. The purpose they used it for, there was a drainage issue in that area. The landscaping that is being talked about, there were, I think, 12 trees that were of good health. There were a number of others that had died and were being removed. That area was wet generally all the time right in that area. So what they looked to do was, and for grounds improvement, to put in the retaining wall. One is, I think, 4 feet, the other 5, and not the whole portions of the fence. So that was the purpose. There's two things I want to talk about is trees were taken down in order to allow the construction of the wall. The vegetation that was removed, that I talked about, landscaping will replace that. Landscaping will be planted in that general area where that vegetation was. Landscaping will also be placed along the wall and the screening of the front of the wall as best possible as it is at the end of Oakley Road and along its stretch. The issue of the netting, and Anthony has been pretty clear on this, is so you've taken it down. What is there to say in the future you don't come back and look for more netting? What we would be willing to do, and I've expressed this to staff, is to provide a covenant that if Oakley, there's no current intent whatsoever to put up netting. If some future...
Why was it on a plan?
That was taken off the plan, it was put there...
Why was it there in the first place?
It was put for...
I mean, you don't put stuff on plans without wanting to do it.
I wasn't involved at that time.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand.
It was
This seems...
considered it would be appropriate. These would be nets that would slide up and down poles, so as you see on many of the playing fields in the area, and it was put up for protective purposes if in the future it is ever needed, while they were doing the construction. It wasn't to expand the range. There are questions, and would you hit more balls? Would you hit them further now? Would you have that ability? What we have said to you, and we would condition that, is that the range limits are what they are today and will remain that. Landscaping will be planted in the general area where the vegetation was removed, and I said around the wall. The issue that is also about the netting is, what assurance does the neighborhood have that we're not going to come back in 3 years, 2 years, a year, and look to put up netting? And what we would be willing to do is to covenant and provide a covenant that if some future board, 10, 20, 50 years from now, thought it necessary to put up netting in that area, that we would have to go through a community review process, whether that be, and it can be discussed, stipulated to be submitting that particular issue for a special permit review. We'd be willing to do that so that there is assurances. What we can't do is to bind future boards into the indefinite future if there happens to be a need then. But there is no intent whatsoever, and we would be glad to give the assurance that if that was being done, it would have to go to the community and would have to go to the town for review.
Okay, all right. One more question just about, who was the contractor?
The contractor?
Yeah, who was hired to do all the grading and construct the wall and all this so-called drainage that
Well,
I don't see on the plan?
Bonanno constructed the wall.
Who did?
I think the name is Bonanno, was the wall contractor, constructed the wall. The grading work was done in part by the Oakley Country Club grounds crew that are professionals, and was supervised by the then engineer and now directed by Brad, since he's taken over and has done a nice job of bringing this up to snuff.
And I guess just one last question. You talked about some material that you excavated that you had to put in this area, and you knew there was a drainage issue. Was that soil inspected by a licensed soil evaluator to make sure that it was appropriate for proper drainage?
I don't know the answer to that, but it was on the Oakley site.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question?
Yep.
I just want, can you give us any more detail on what the drainage issue was, other than, what was the problem there? You said it was a little wet, but you're talking about raising the grade between 10 and 20 feet.
Right.
What was the problem? And
It's, you know,
That's what we
Brad
heard from,
just
that's what we heard from staff.
What is it, Brad?
It's on average probably across.
Can you come up to the podium, please? Thank you.
The comparison of the existing topo underneath if you look at Plan G1-1, the lower, there's two walls, and for each wall, the grade is raised from the end of the wall, obviously 0, to about 5 to 8 feet across each wall, 8 foot at the maximum height. And I think maybe we misunderstood Mike in that the grade wasn't raised 20 feet throughout the entire site. At the limit of grading, say up in the middle of the proposed plan, there's a raising grade of, say, 5 feet. 165 is the proposed contour, and the existing contour is a 160. So I'd say on average 5 feet. At the wall, it ranges from 0 to 8 feet, most of it 0 to 5 feet, and in the middle of the site, about 5 feet. So it wasn't 20 feet across the site.
What's the highest change in elevation, sir?
Along the upper wall, I'd say about 7 to 8 feet.
Okay.
In the middle of the wall.
Okay. And then there's some areas, you know, just looking.
Upgrading of the wall.
Around the 163, looks like you came up about, the proposed 163, you're up about 8 feet.
6, 7 feet, 8 feet.
Madam Chair, sheet 3 shows the change of the two 5-foot retaining walls. Shows a change
Profile.
from elevation 145 to 155 with the two walls.
And again, you have to look at where that section was taken. That's just a section, or a portion
Right,
of the walls.
there's.
Right?
Yeah, okay. So it, in varying spots,
Right.
there could be sections that were raised up to 10 plus or minus feet.
In any one location, I don't think it's not as high as that.
Thank you. My initial question was, just can you put a finer point on why this was done in the first place? Because it was wet seems to not be an adequate explanation necessarily for the degree of work that was done
They
here.
wanted to cure that issue, and they wanted to improve the grounds. There was runoff, and it's historic, off the site at a high point, and looking to alleviate that also. So it was many reasons, one being drainage, one being ground improvement. Some might argue that because we were putting up nets, that was the sole reason. That's not the case, and that's been eliminated on the plan that's been before you. And we are glad to give a covenant that if in the future anyone looks to do that, it would be looked at. And one thing I would briefly say, and the thing is, we need to create a relationship with the neighborhood. You've seen letters from others that talk about the good relationship. There certainly was a point in this process where the neighborhood, and I understand that, did not have any faith in Oakley. And that was their concern. That's an embarrassment to the club. It was never intended. We went forward with the wall based on advice that we didn't need that we had gotten the appropriate permit.
That's almost scary. I don't know who doesn't know you need a building permit for a retaining wall over 4 feet. I mean, engineers, contractors, I mean, I hope you have guarantees and stuff on the construction of the
Right,
wall.
I
Frankly,
think if
very concerning.
I were involved at that point, I would be aware of that. But
I mean, was
it
the footing inspected? Was anything inspected on the wall?
I believe the plans have been looked at, and certainly a structural...
I mean, if the guy didn't know you needed a permit, it's kind of concerning.
Yeah, I mean, we've had considerable contact with DPW. The other thing is that the grading permit is, I believe, under the jurisdiction of the DPW, and they issued that permit for the grading. And one brief thing, and I don't want to take much time, is Mr. Donato Anthony rightly raised a point about some neighbors up on Arden Road and their need, because they had a non-conforming structure that they were looking to extend. That's different than a use. This we're talking about a use. The wall, we don't believe, is non-conforming. We believe it's conforming, and it's not changing the use. So the thing we're looking at here is use. It's a good comparison, but it's difference between a use and a structure.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the audience that wants to speak? Come on up, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Jen Green. I'm the owner of 65 Oakley Road, the property closest to this issue that they're discussing. Bear with me for a second. Okay, so I'm going to discuss three main key points.
Just so that you know, ma'am, we reviewed the materials
Yeah, and I'm
that
going
you
to try to
submitted.
summarize, because obviously
Yep,
there's
but we
a lot
did
of
read
other
through that.
things.
Yep.
So I'll do my best to keep it concise, because I know you guys have, it's been a long night. Okay, so permit failure to have one, that's one thing that really needs to be discussed. Two, communication. It's already been mentioned that there was failure to have transparent and open dialogue with the neighbors. I'll get into that in a second. Impact, the negligence leading to negative outcomes on myself and my neighborhood. And to give you guys a little bit of context, I want to start by showing you, that will be the picture. So this is the view of the property from kind of the patio outdoor area that I had, where you can see the grade a little bit of the property. You see some darker mounds. Unfortunately, because I didn't know the wall was coming in, and I didn't know any of this action was taking place until after the fact, I wasn't able to capture right before the trees came down and the wall came down. So those mounds of dirt behind are the beginning of the dirt that was carted in from the dirt dredged from this lake or pond that they've been talking about. So keep in mind that this entire project started with conversations with the DPW over erosion control. So before, it was an access road. I always assumed it was for ambulances to get on to the property if needed, or if it was just, landscaping or whatever was needed to have that back entrance. So there was a little bit of a driveway up. And so I still, based upon what was said tonight, I still don't understand why a retaining wall that's approximately a 10-foot barrier was needed, right? So I just want to give you the first starting point context so that you understand where it starts. If you can go to the next picture. Oh, no, actually, that was the second picture. So if you go before, it was without the wall. This is with the wall. So it's a substantial sized structure. This isn't a small, barely noticeable structure. It is huge. The third picture, whoops. Yep. And then the third picture is just so that people understand the proximity of my home to this wall. This isn't something that's off in the distance. This is now my living room view. I work at home. I live at home. Whether I'm in my desk area where I'm doing my work many hours a day, or whether I'm sitting on my living room couch, I have a great view of a gigantic wall now. So that's the beginning part of this, the permit. So, we've discussed what it was. Keep in mind, the original intent, the original point in which they built this wall was with this notion that there would be a fence or a large 40-foot structure on top of the 10-foot structure, on top of a hill that is on top of Oakley Road. So you're talking every property owner on Oakley Road is down the hill. So it's also about scale. So when you talk about 40 feet on top of 10 feet, it's on top of a giant hill. It's at one of the highest points in Watertown where this was being proposed. And even just the 10-foot barrier at the top of the street right now, it is a substantial difference in terms of what you're seeing as you're coming up Oakley Road. Oakley Country Club, they've been around for 120 years. This is not, someone who just moves in next door, who doesn't really understand the regulations, doesn't understand the departments. They've done multiple projects. They're currently doing a new clubhouse project. So this belief that they probably have a sense of how this town works, what's needed for various projects. I think most reasonable people would think that compared to a general property owner, they would pretty much understand. Jack, who's very successful, he is not only the president of Oakley Country Club, he has a law degree, and he formerly served on the Massachusetts House of Representatives. He is the founder of Beacon Hill Consulting Group, a company that specializes in government relations and lobbying, boasting knowledge of regulatory affairs, and clients even on their website include the construction industry, and as well as boasting his ability to build relationships. William York, who you spoke very intelligently tonight, he is considered one of this area's most notable zoning attorneys. He is a member and he's a consultant for this firm. The contractor, Bonanno Construction, as well as, I'm not sure about the graders, but in terms of Bonanno, I know they've done extensive business in Watertown. So my point is from a permit perspective, they're saying, well, the engineer didn't tell us. And what I'm saying to you is that there should have been so many checks and balances in place based upon all these dynamics such that they should have known better, right? Even if the engineer didn't explicitly tell them that they needed a permit, they had at their disposal easy means to find out that they did need a permit. Relationships. So communication from Oakley. Jack has mentioned, they've all mentioned that it was poor, and it was non-existent, to Anthony's point. Oakley Country Club chose not to communicate their plan in advance. After they started chopping down trees, I tried to contact them. No one returned my phone call. When they started building a wall around Christmas, no one returned my phone call. When I walked outside, the only person I could grab was one of the contractors, and I asked them, this is a guy who had been leading up the project, definitely kind of telling people what to do, driving some of the equipment, and I asked him how tall the wall was going to be. He first asked if I had reached out to the Oakley Country Club, and I said I had, but no one returned my call. And he, for all intents and purposes, the dialogue turned it into a guy who's twice my size, standing on top of the hill, screaming at me that he hopes it's 20 feet tall. Like, that's the communication I received in December over the holidays. On January 24th, I unfortunately had to call Oakley Country Club again because this was the day that we first got intense flooding. One of the ground crews who came to take a look at the situation literally said to me, we didn't think it would be this bad. He also commented that they would come back after lunch and hook up the drainage, as if it was just, we didn't finish it, we're going to hook it up, we'll be back after lunch. They came back, I started putting on my shoes to go out and ask further questions, and they vanished. They drove away. They did not return that day. They did not return back any day for the next couple of weeks. They also knew I was very interested in understanding what was going on, and they chose not to knock on my door and tell me, listen, we're going to have to come back to this, we're regrouping, we'll get in touch with you. Basic common sense when you've got someone who is feeling a direct impact from massive flooding from a project that was done on your property. The first of communication official communication I got was from Jack, who showed up on my doorstep unannounced. He admitted on that day that communication could have been better. He then tried to persuade the conversation towards, well, let's move forward. And I was reluctant because I didn't even know if this wall was valid at this point in time. I didn't know what the future of the wall was, and he proceeded to ask me what my favorite color was, and so that I could have dialogue with the landscapers and we could incorporate my ideas into the landscaping. And meanwhile, obviously my biggest concern right now was the wall, the future of the wall. So Oakley Country Club had scheduled an information meeting on April 7th. Now keep in mind, this is after Jack said we need to do better with communication. After Oakley was denied the permits that they had retroactively requested, Jack canceled the meeting to quote-unquote reflect. Less than a week later, April 12th, Jack Bartley, Pat Lange, who's the golf course superintendent, violated stop work order. And I'm not saying that Jack was out there doing, heavy equipment, but For all intents and purposes, he had had the communication, he was a representation of Oakley Country Club, and they violated the stop work order. So they canceled the communication that would have actually improved the situation, and then they went on to ignore what the town had told them to do. On June 27th, Oakley Country Club requested a continuance of the zoning board meetings appeals. They cited a desire for neighborhood outreach. They never scheduled neighborhood outreach. There was one contact made between, I believe, Jack and Anthony to discuss having the landscape architect do a unilateral presentation about what the landscaping would look like. But it was not intended as a dialogue about the future of the wall or how we were going to resolve it or what needed to be fixed or any questions or concerns. So that leads us to impact. So impact, as you saw from that first picture, there was a definite impact to my view. Just even from a property value, I have a modest home, like many in Watertown, that have the tiny, narrow living rooms. There's only so many things I can do to work in my space. I bought the property because of the expansive view, to feel a sense of outdoors in. It's gone. The extensive flooding. Now, we're not talking about soggy yards. So I want to set the record straight on what had been communicated before I was a property owner. Obviously, I can't communicate on their behalf, but I originally considered doing an extension on my property, so I am aware of the case that's being discussed. The previous property owner wanted to actually fundamentally change the footprint of the house. So they were much more concerned about places that they were going to have to increase foundation. And they also, let's just say it, they wanted to build a McMansion. They wanted to take a small, awkwardly shaped yard and somehow create a house that was twice its size. So, and I can't figure out how to do it without building up. So this is not necessarily someone who's, I would say they might be a little bit biased to try to point out some of the negatives with the goal of getting what they really wanted, which is a house that was twice the size. The backyard of my property, it gets soggy. It gets soggy in the off-season. It always got soggy in the off-season, which meant like end of October when the trees stopped drinking up as much water, and early spring. It would be soggy. The front yard, which has exposure to the sunlight, that had wind crossing over, it wasn't soggy. It wasn't soggy. What we experienced on January 24th was water pouring down, running across my lawn, down the stairs, down the street. And it's not just about one event. They're trying to make it sound like there's this catastrophic thawing and rainstorm that took place. Well, these problems persisted for 2.5 months after that situation. There were situations where we've got images of water flowing over the wall in April, not January, April. I've got images of water seeping out from beneath my garage because the water levels on my property are so high, and it persistently runs down. Now, I lived on Flint Road. A lot of you might not know that. And Flint Road is also downhill from Oakley Country Club. It is a situation where one house has water, they pour it out, it goes to the next house, and it goes down the street. It's a progressive problem. Our house, when I lived there, we needed to put in drainage. So you can guarantee that when I moved into that house, every time it rained, every time it snowed, the first thing I checked was the basement, was the yard, understanding how my driveway handled it, whether I was going to get ice or not. I didn't have problems like what they're trying to describe the first, until the wall was built. And that's what I really need you guys to understand. They're trying to make it sound like they're solving some problem, and the problem just didn't exist, at least not to the extent that requires a 10-foot barrier at the top of the street. And the problem is that when you've got water bubbling up for months and would actually last for days, it makes you worried about the structural integrity of your home. And having standing water in my front yard, standing water, not soggy ground, standing water. I have had the inability to enjoy my house this entire spring season. Spring, summer, haven't been able to enjoy it because they've had equipment going on the weekends, 7 a.m. in the morning, sometimes before 7 a.m. in the morning. There's the smell of diesel There is dust that gets kicked up, including plumes of dust at times, and there's noise. I work from home. You know, you just want to enjoy your property, and you fundamentally can't. I can't open my windows on nice days because they may be coming back and doing more work. I can't invite people over to enjoy the weekend because my outdoor area is, for all intents and purposes, a construction site and has persisted to be a construction site. Financial, obviously I'm concerned financially. If the structure of my house is compromised, it's going to have a huge impact on me. The original plan, when they designed that gigantic wall, had an intent of having a 40-foot structure on top of it. And if that goes in, I mean, imagine that you had a house that now had a looming structure over it, anywhere in that neighborhood. Like, how am I going to sell that house for the value that it's worth without it, right? I would be concerned as a neighbor if I moved in and all of a sudden had something like that. So anyways, a few key things I just want to say to close this out. I did not have the problems that they're talking about before the wall. To Oakley Country Club, this is for all intents a small structure that shouldn't need any permitting, or maybe now they're claiming it needs permitting, but they fundamentally didn't think it required communication or permits initially. 8 months later, now we're starting to work on nights. It's still impacting. I came back from a trip on August 9th, and they were still pulling out sediment out of the drainage. They were still cleaning up the street from wash that had come down Oakley Access Road. This isn't, I think it's the importance of permitting and the ZBA, so that this can be clearly reviewed before we even get to this point. They chose to build an unsanctioned wall. And the reason why it's so important for me to have these types of processes in place, and why they should have known these processes were so important, when they staked out their plan, they actually went through, did stakes. When I looked at where the stakes were on my property, it didn't look right. And at the time, people said, don't worry, this might just be because they're building the clubhouse, they might be just trying to get a sense of the property. I don't necessarily agree with even where the initial stakes went, but because I didn't have a conversation going up, I didn't get a chance to. And there is the chance that I can spend $1,000 of my own money and find out maybe it was right. But I also can look on Mass Land Records and see that there's another plan that was submitted in 2008 where there's fundamental disagreements about whether the gate is on the line or if it's further up the line. So it's just this ability to be able to have the concerns raised, go back and forth, and be able to address these issues before we have them. And so I'm going to end, because I know it's been a long night, but I do want to end showing 2 videos just so people understand what January 24th was like. And I'm saying these aren't isolated to January 24th. There were more videos. There was plenty of more situations that we saw, but it'll give you a sense. So this is me looking outside my living room window after a conference call I had at 7 a.m. in the morning. I just looked out, just want to check out the day, and this is what I saw heading towards my window. And you can see in the background water coming over the wall, and that's coming straight down towards my property. After that point, I needed to actually put in a barrier, a piece of I think trim, something that had been left over from the property owners before, just so I could rebound the water off, because obviously you don't want that much water streaming straight towards your foundation. The second is a little bit longer. And I apologize, I had just gotten a new phone, and so it wasn't the best cinematography, but. And just so you know, that barrier that's shown here is still in my lawn. So this isn't something that came in for one day and went away.
Oh, my God.
Over the wall. And that's the water running down the drainage. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and just to realize that, this notion that they shouldn't have to come and ask for things in advance, because They've been grandfathered in. There's a reason that these regulations are in place. There's a reason why we need strong protections on residents like myself. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that has any questions or comments?
Good luck.
Oh, God. Okay, I'd like to just stop you for 1 second, and good luck, Michael. His wife is going into labor, so we send them our best wishes. And at this point, Attorney York, would you like to proceed, or would you like to continue? We'll proceed. You'll proceed, okay.
Hi, my name is Doreen Dawson, and I live at 36 Arden Road. I appreciate your time, and I'll make it brief. My husband's a landscape architect. He's the one that wanted to be here tonight, but unfortunately, he is out of town. So I think a few concerns. One, I think the original permit was for Alden Road, if I'm not mistaken. So right there, you made a mistake on the actual site of the permit. And so I just
You mean
feel...
the stormwater permit, ma'am? What permit?
I think it's the original stormwater permit
Oh,
was
okay,
for
okay.
Alden Road, not Arden Road, which is on the other side of Oakley.
Oh, okay, I follow.
So I think it's, just from the very beginning, the mistakes that were made in this process is very concerning, not only for this project, but for future Oakley projects, for any project in this town. I'm the one that Anthony was talking about with the set of stairs. We had to take out a public article, in the paper announcing our plans. We had to notify all the abutters, et cetera. And I just can't believe that something like this occurred without any communication. And it definitely concerns, it's really hard to not think that this was disingenuous, that they were really going to extend this driving range. And why would they be putting up this, 5 foot, 4 foot, when really, when you come up the hill, for lack of better way to put it, looks like a 20-foot. I think exactly what Jen is talking about when you're coming up Oakley Road, and then you have this nice little incline, then you have some grade, then you have this wall. There's just absolutely, we've lived there for 16 years. We've never had any problem with drainage. We used to, back when Oakley, and I do want to say, we love Oakley Country Club. I mean, I was born in Watertown, raised in Watertown. They've been an amazing, nobody is coming against Oakley per se as an institution. I just think everybody makes mistakes, and in this situation, this was a gross oversight. And it's just very concerning as a neighbor to see everything that has happened. We've been living there for 16 years. Back, Oakley used to allow after hours, for us to walk our dogs up there. We used to walk our dogs up there. It was a beautiful access road onto the Oakley. And to have to put this up, I just don't see any other reason other than they wanted this driving range extended. So it's really difficult. And that's why we've lost our faith in this process. So thank you so
Do you
much.
back up to the club, or are you on the other side
We're
of the
on
street?
the other side.
Okay.
But there's only...
No, I'm just trying to get context,
Yeah.
that's all.
There's
That's all.
only, I think, 6 or 7 houses. So, I mean, even though you're on the other side of the street, it's a very tight community, et
Yep,
cetera.
I was up there today.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Anyone else, or did you have in the maroon shirt, did you want to speak?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Jonah covered it.
Okay. Sir, how about you in the back?
Hi, my name is Mark Leonard. I live at 29 Arden Road. Maybe just a couple of minutes. I think kudos to Jen, who pretty much did all the work herself, and she's lived through this probably more than anybody. But I think just as a neighborhood, can't tell you how proud I am of our street. Everybody is here. I abut Oakley. I'm a couple of houses up. But kudos to everybody. I think the thing about this is what's lost, and maybe lost a little bit, is the dimensions. The wall is 10 feet tall. It's not 4 feet. It's not 4 feet, 4.5 feet. What you can see is 5 feet and 5 feet, and it's not from the base, it's from what you can see. The base of the first wall is 12 feet above the grade of the street. So if you stand on the street, the base of the wall is, you're looking up. The wall then goes 5 feet, it then goes 5 feet 6 inches, and then on top of that, initial plans were to have the net. for extension of the golf course or for extension of the driving range. There should be zero distortion on this. It's not a drainage. It's not a drainage problem. It's a drainage problem now. But the reality of it is and what we haven't spoken about and what was interesting in all of the reviews that we had earlier on was when Oakley talked about all of the things that they did in the months to remediate, at no point did they talk about the neighbors. At no point did they talk about outreach to the neighbors. At no point did they do any outreach to the neighbors. The only outreach that was committed to the neighbors was when the neighbors said, hey, hold on a second here. You just built the wall in December. It was snowing. It was snowing when this wall was erected. It was snowing in December, the week of December 22nd. Everybody's doing their thing. We're driving back and forth. Anthony has a conversation with a couple of folks that are a little bit aware of it, and the response from some of the Oakley members was, I can't believe you guys aren't concerned about this new driving range that we're putting up. And that's what prompted the conversation. That's what prompted this whole piece of, well, wait a second, Oakley's been a good neighbor. We've worked there. We've all been around. With the driving range, the course has been there from 1889, right? It's been there for a long time. And the notion that this is just, oh, you know, what do we forget to do? You know, bread, milk. Oh, yeah, talk to the neighbors about building a 175-foot wall and then putting a 275-foot, 40-foot net on top or fence on top of it. It's outrageous to be able to say that this was just an oversight. And doing the mea culpa tonight, I think Anthony Donato is the easiest going guy you'll ever meet. He was hot. He was hot when you bring somebody from out of town and somewhat condescendingly explains, how can you guys what? No, of course it's not it's a use, it's a structure, nobody. It's a 700, I'd love to know if everybody that's sitting on this side and anybody that's here has actually gone to see it. I'd like to poll the audience, I'm not going to, but a rhetorical question. Have you gone to see it? I can guarantee you half the people that are talking about this wall haven't even seen it. It's 175 feet long, it's 10 feet tall, and the original permit had a 275-foot, 40-foot high net on top of it. Zero distortion on what the issue is. I know you get it, but the thing about it is that's why we have these public forums. And so that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to commend the neighborhood for a fabulous job, and I appreciate the time.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Hold on for 1 second. I just want to quickly announce that the 101, 103 Morse case isn't going to go forward. I know there's people that have waited all night, and we're sorry about that, but there are some things that trump hearings here, and one of our members had to excuse himself to go be with his family. So that will continue that. The board will continue that after this case is concluded. But that will most likely be, will that be in September?
25th, yes.
Okay. So that will be September 25th for those that are here for 101, 103 Moore Street.
5 people do the same thing, you know.
Sir, there's a meeting in process. If you'd like to excuse yourself, please do, and we will be continuing the meeting. There's things that we can't control, and we're sorry about the situation.
And guess what, the wall's 10 feet tall.
I will be arranging the schedule next time. That's my discretion, ma'am.
Have it early in the meeting?
I don't know when it's going to be on. I don't know what the schedule is going to look like right now. Excuse me? Yeah, we have a hearing going on, ma'am. All these cases are equally important to us. They're all equally important. Okay. Sorry about that. Yes, please, Member Gannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious about the decision of the height of the wall. Did anyone tell any neighbors why the fence or the wall was 10 feet high and not 8 feet, 6 feet?
No, I think so. Initially, when you saw, and I know Michael has seen the plans, I think when the initial plan came out, there was for the erosion control permit, there was a plan attached to it. And in the plan, you had an improvement to the grade, you had the retaining wall, and then you had the net. And so there's a natural correlation between the need for a wall to be at a particular grade so that when you would have a net as you're going to extend your driving range. So I think it's pretty easy math when you figure out why it happens, right? If you were to just put a 40-foot net at the bottom of the grade that was there today, it wouldn't offer any protection. This is the theory, right? The reality of it is you don't need protection if you left the vegetation the way it was for the last 120 years. But there was no conversation around the height of the net, height of the wall. There was no conversation, in fairness, about anything. What ended up happening was, and again, five houses abut, our new neighbors had just moved in the middle of this whole piece. So 5 houses abut, and then the permit was issued in October, so just broad brushstrokes on the timeline. I know it's getting late. Permit issued in October. No work happened in October. No work happened in November. First week in December, trees were removed. So then it was just trees were removed. And then the week before Christmas was when the wall was erected, and then the wall was finished between Christmas and New Year's when it was snowing.
It was quick.
Thank you.
Right, it was quick. And here's the thing, just last point on it. The quality of the wall is certainly suspect too. It's already buckling. You can already see gaps in it. And so, when you talk about, and I heard you reference it earlier on, with who constructed it, the wall needs to go. Like, I think that's the simple point, is if you want to do it right. Do it right, go through the process like everybody else does, and take your chances. That's the way of the world. That's the way it is. I had to get a permit for my kitchen. Doreen got a permit for her deck. Dick got a permit for his house. Rules apply to everybody. It's as simple as that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that wants to make any comments? Okay. Does the board have questions for anybody, Attorney York or anybody from the Oakley Country Club? I mean, it's a lot of information. I'm kind of trying to process it all myself, frankly, and I'm still just missing the whole, the whole why here. And again, just looking at the plan and just trying to understand if this is a drainage project. I mean, there's like not very many drainage improvements included in the project, and I'm just having a hard time trying to understand sort of, what's the end game here. I do have one question for the people. I did see the video and saw the situations with the water, and frankly, it is concerning, and I understand where you're coming from. But at least my experience has been that there are times during construction where there's situations, there's a situation, sometimes it gets pretty bad before it actually improves. And my question would be, are you still experiencing that water running down and sort of those things that you showed in the video? Is that a reoccurring problem, or was that just during construction, and if you could come up?
Yes, so there's a couple parts to this. I know Teddy across the street definitely has been experiencing problems. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it here tonight. I know that Oakley has had to actually go to his property recently and clean up flow that has come from up. I was away at the very beginning of the month when he got his, so I know that there's still problems. Unfortunately, I don't want to speak about my house for the recent rainstorm, just because I physically wasn't here. I got back, opened up the windows to my house at 6:50 a.m. because it had been summer. I wanted to air it out, thinking, oh, it's a nice cool day, here we go. And at 7 a.m., they're clearing out the drainage. This is August 8th, and they're clearing out dirt from the road that had been pushed into the street, even with some of the protections in place. So yes, there is still a problem. To what extent, in terms of rain coming over the wall, I have not been eyeing that as closely.
So it looks like there was some issues in the spring, and then did it get better, and then they put the lumen seed down and that washed out?
Well, so keep in mind, they were told to put lumen seed down in March. They were told to put it down to prevent any further problems. The fact that they got up tonight and said, well, it's starting to come through, points the fact that it was put down very recently. They delayed putting loam and seed down, which would have actually even potentially helped more in the spring, because they were busy trying to put irrigation in on that area above the golf property. So, there's a lot of weird things now that I have to question, and I have to try to figure out, is this related to the drainage, is it not? Today I had a certified arborist in my property because a tree that was thriving is now dying in my front yard, and I've got to, I guess, get samples to find out if it got overwatered, or whether it had issues with the erosion, or whether it's completely unrelated. So I'm still trying to figure out the impact of all of what happened. And as far as drainage, I just want to actually mention something. Trees are a natural draining solution. The trees that they removed were protecting my house. They were soaking up the water as it ran down the hill. So this kind of goes back to the why, right? Like, why would you remove vegetation, which can be a natural help to whatever maybe you supplement with? So that's, you know, I'm sorry.
Just a rebuttal to what was said. The challenge.
Don't speak till you come up here, please, ma'am. Thank you.
Just speaking back in your question about the why, I was so impressed of everything that you said, that you did, and we really appreciate all the work that you did. But if this was a drainage solution, why did it take so much correction? Why wasn't all of this stuff instituted in the beginning if it was if this wall was erected for a drainage issue?
Well, that's why I asked the question, because sometimes during construction, if the proper temporary drainage isn't put in place, there can be problems during construction.
It just amazes me, you know, all of us, that if this was erected truly for drainage issues, all of the stuff that wasn't addressed.
You can add one more thing, and then I'd like to hear from Mr.
I just want
McKenzie.
to go back to what I said. On January 24th, when this happened, when I spoke to the club, they were trying to communicate as if they were one step away from being done. They said, we're going to come back and hook this up. Well, the fact that that wasn't, the fact that in April we have video that shows similar things with water gushing through the wall and over the wall, means it really wasn't as close to finish. So, you know, you have to ask, well, what was the expectation? What was the plan? What was the expectations? And I can't speak to that because no one communicated any of it to me. Thank you.
Mr. McKenzie, please.
And Madam Chair, if I could ask you a couple questions
Yep.
after as well, thank you.
Yes, please.
To answer your question, I can say with certainty that from early May, when our firm got involved, until the present, there have been no severe drainage issues, with the exception of the April 7th storm event, 3 inches in a few hours, August 7th storm event that she was referring to, 3 inches in a few hours, loam had been placed the day before, hydroseed the day before, and that swale had filled up full of sediment. But this was even when I spoke to the owners of 1 Arden Road the next day and walked their property and witnessed some of the erosion that had, or sediments that had been deposited, and was trying to organize the cleanup effort, they acknowledged the same. They said, even though we've had several rainfall events since May, this is the first time we've had an issue. So.
And then, just quickly, can you just explain the catch basin that's in the swale obviously had to be brought up quite a bit, correct?
On-site or in an open?
The one on-site, I'm talking.
On-site, yes, it did, about 5 or 6 feet.
Okay, and was that, when you got involved, was that done, or was that an oversight?
I got involved and it wasn't yet raised. The
Okay.
grading effort was still underway. I think that was the standpipe that I referred to
Okay,
in my presentation. So in working with DPW,
so they basically shut off the drainage that was in place?
it didn't
while the-
shut it off. It was still accessible. It had silt sack in it, so it
Okay.
could still accept runoff. But there was a hole there for a period of time that we still directed the temporary diversion swales to prevent the water from going
Okay.
off-site. Hence, no drainage issues during construction after May.
So when that catch basin was changed with a rim around 145 or so up to 154, was the pipe raised, or is the pipe still really low? Like, how was?
Pipe was not raised.
Okay.
There's an overflow pipe from that leaching structure to
Right.
that catch basin on Oakley Road that was installed in the mid-2000s.
Okay.
None of that was changed.
Okay.
The leaching structure itself wasn't changed. What we did in working with precast companies at DPW, is we made sure that an H20 loading slab was placed over the existing slab so that it could accept precast concrete structures in the fill. And that was our involvement. DPW accepted our proposal through a series of emails when we detailed what the risers would consist of. So that
So when this,
effort took
and I
time.
know you weren't involved in the original design, but if that was a leaching basin, and now you have, you know, the walls there and so forth, and it's quite a big area that drains to that, why wasn't it switched to a closed one that could just take the water and move it down into the road? Because now you have all that water leaching out behind the wall.
Well, no, that basin's about 20 feet off the wall.
Okay.
So, I mean, the idea is to, of course, you know what DPW encourages.
Yeah, they want
encourage the
infiltration,
infiltration.
but
So
it- but-
even in the mid-2000s, that's what they were encouraging. But they did allow an overflow connection to Oakley Road back in the mid-2000s. They understood that in the existing condition, even back in the mid-2000s, that a lot of runoff came from the site onto the Oakley Road right away. That's what, I mean, the golf course has always been 20,
Yeah,
30, 40, 50 feet higher than Oakley Road. That hasn't changed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Did you want to ask a couple questions? And then you, okay.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Thank you.
Who are your
Madam
questions
Chair.
for?
For the engineer, please. Yeah, thank you. You know, I guess when I look at this, and I actually kind of reread the wording of some of the phrasing here, that the addition of an accessory structure, retaining wall, grading, and landscaping do not constitute a change or a substantial extension. I think a lot of the discussion we talked about was extension. But in fact, it does seem that, in my mind, it is a change of the use of the land. You know, when I am just kind of eyeball scaling it, it looks like that the plateau that's been created has kind of extended some of the grades for 60 to heading towards 100 feet to make it a more flat area. I guess I wonder, out of curiosity, where this 40-foot fence was going to go, and I'm assuming it wasn't at the wall, potentially that it was maybe a little bit higher so that it would be more effective.
Yeah, I don't.
So that would be another, you know, whatever, 5 feet above. So I know none of this is a question so far, but I don't, in my limited understanding of engineering, I don't believe that the retaining wall would be an element that would necessarily be an effective element for the runoff scenario. I guess one question I've got is when we create a plateau like has been done, and actually then for the grades that are towards the retaining wall, you have a much more rapid sequence of contours. Does that steeper incline in some heavy rains increase, in a sense, the runoff heading towards the property edge, or the speed of the runoff in a sense that it would start cascading over the wall as it was doing in that video?
No, we haven't experienced that in the heavy rainfalls this summer. We have not.
So my next question is, you know, when I look at the section of what was versus what is, if the intent was primarily to manage drainage and runoff, my inclination would not necessarily be to build something longer and flatter and taller, which would, I think, enable a different type of use that I think was the objective ultimately. But that without the wall, that drainage could be handled as adeptly without the wall as with the wall. Ultimately, you're trying to get the water to come to a low point so that it can be managed from that low point. And whether the low point is at the top of the wall or whether the wall was never there as before and the drain was low, you would still have as effective a drain, I assume. The wall is not helping drainage.
The overall grading plan, the way it was revised for the April 4th permit, is helping the drainage situation, and that there's
Sure.
a depression that was created,
Yep.
which is now channelizing the water into that catch basin structure.
And I can appreciate that, and I can read it. You know, I'm capable of reading the contours and kind of understanding the impact of it. But if the club had come to you as a client and said, we've got a drainage issue and we need to manage this issue, I'm assuming your response would not be, well, we should build a retaining wall and raise the grade and create something. The response would be, we should manage the contours with the grades that you've got, and we can create a more effective drainage scenario.
Well, I wasn't involved.
No, but it's more for your professional opinion, and maybe...
There are 100 ways to skin a cat, as they say.
Yeah. I don't feel that skinning the cat in this scenario required a retaining wall.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough question. You know, would he have designed it like this?
I don't mean to put you on the spot either. It was just more, how does drainage work? I don't think the wall, I think the grading impacts the coordination of drainage, but I don't think the wall necessarily does. I think that drainage as effective as this could have been implemented without building a wall and without raising the grade.
Well, I can say, again, what I said before, I can say with confidence that if you compare the existing plan and the proposed plan on G1-1, that the design, or the proposed plan will result in capturing more of the runoff that comes off the side of the driving range area.
Yep, I can see that.
So,
But
in my opinion, it is an improvement to the drainage.
And I would agree with that statement as well, but I think that the grading could have been done in that same linear fashion, east to west, without building the retaining wall, and basically having been lower, working with the existing grades. I guess all of my questions and point is that I'm not in agreement that the wall is assisting in creating a better drainage scenario. I think the grading is assisting in it, but not the wall itself.
Well, the wall is what enabled them to create the grades.
But they could have created a linear grade just as impactful, I feel, without the wall being there.
Well, because...
They could have created something.
It would have been very steep.
Well, because you're dealing with a steep slope and that structure's on the edge of that slope, you would have had to have started grading at the property line to cut that down to create that swale anyway. So, I mean, it's still a grading project, a substantial grading project.
Yeah. I just, again, from my limited knowledge, think it could have been achieved without the wall.
Yeah. So, and just again, these plans here, Mr. McKenzie, did you help on these, or were these done by the previous engineer? So
The previous engineer, but what we did in working with DPW is you see the depression that was created at elevation 155 at the top of the wall. What we did is we changed the grading. We didn't want standing water in that depression. So what we did is we lowered the rim elevation of that catch basin by about a foot, foot and a half, to create more of a positive drainage situation from the edge of the swale at either end of the wall, positive slope to the rim, so there wouldn't be standing water in that swale. And the time it wasn't a swale, it was a depression.
Was that dry well, I think you mentioned a little bit, but was that excavated out and inspected to make sure that it was in
Yes.
good working order?
Yes.
Okay. So the rim at 154.7, that's...
It's really 153.25.
Okay, so it's even
So
lower.
we did make a deviation. Again, that was run by DPW through PDFs and emails, and they did approve it.
And is the swale at 155?
The top of it is. It ranges from 155, again, grading down to 153, say 25.
Okay.
And it does, if you're out there during a rain event, I mean, even during construction, it does work.
I was out there today, but I didn't feel like scaling the wall half hour before the
Out there
meeting.
now, it's raining.
It was raining when I was there, too. Member Heap, please, questions?
I just want to make a question, and I don't think it's for you, Mr. McKenzie. What is the difference in the use of the driving range as it existed a year ago before any grade changes, and the use of the driving range with the retaining wall and a 40-foot high fence on top of it? In other words, you've got a policy in place right now that says you're limited to shots of 165 yards. What does the new retaining wall, the grade change, the retaining wall, and the 40-foot high fence do for the use of the driving range?
It has no purpose whatsoever as far as the practice range is concerned. That's limited.
Is a practice range a driving range?
Well, we call it a practice range because it's a short-distance range. You
Oh,
can't
okay,
use-
okay. I get it.
So that it's 165 yards. It's going to remain 165 yards. There are going to be plantings where the trees were taken down in a more aesthetic fashion and around the wall. But the other question you have, what does it do for the driving range? The driving range used to be extremely wet. This drainage plan helps with that. It's also, as part of not just, and I think I said this at the beginning, part of it is drainage, part of it is grounds improvement, but the restriction of the 165 remains, so the driving range doesn't change at all.
If you're hitting into, why is the 165-yard limit in place?
It's always been a limit, and balls would, on occasion, roll into the trees
And if,
at the closest point, and it would be almost impossible to retrieve them.
because they would go into the neighbors' yards?
No, no, no. Some of the trees were up.
There was some substantial vegetation there, at least.
There was around where the wall is, and there was some, I think there were, in total in the area, 12 healthy trees that were taken down. There were other dead ones. Some of them were in the area of where the wall is. A lot were left around the perimeter. And those will be replanted. It's going to be replaced. So there's no change in the policy. There's no change in the distance that is usable.
No, as you've currently proposed it, I guess what I'm getting at is if the 40-foot high fence went up on top of the retaining wall,
Right.
you could hit the ball considerably farther than 165
That was-
yards.
Yeah, and some, as I said, some may argue that was the intent. Since I have been involved, that was not the intent. It was limited to the 165. It remains limited to the 165. The reason why they put it up, when the neighbors were upset, they took it right down and eliminated it, and we're willing to covenant that we won't do it again. I have no future plans to do it, but if we needed to, we'll go through with this process for that purpose in that area. So that, respectfully, the nets are not relevant to the plan that is before you.
That's your position. I don't know that I agree.
Okay. I mean, that's the plan that you're dealing with. And it's very obvious that from the outset, there should have been connection with the neighborhood. That's clear. Can't undo that, but we can change that in the future. And hopefully there are people that we can give you numbers to call if there's an issue.
I mean, that's been stated. I still just like, I don't know, I have so many questions. It was dredged material. I mean, it's just like beyond concerning. I mean, why isn't the contractor here explaining why he did what he did?
What do you mean?
I don't know, why he didn't pull a permit, why he, didn't put in, like, if he was on the site doing the work and saw these situations and all this erosion,
The only thing I can tell you is...
I mean, he's ultimately responsible. You guys hired him. I'm sure you're not out there saying, hey, get a waddle out there, throw down some jute. I mean, I wouldn't expect you to.
The only thing I can tell you is that the Oakley Country Club relied upon advice that was given to them. If the contractor should have known that,
I know, but during the construction, when all this stuff was going down, like, wasn't someone like, hey, we got to take a step back here? I mean, working when you had stop work orders?
that stop work order did not relate to the construction of the wall. That related, if I recall, to any construction in that area, whether it was drainage or whatever. What they were trying to get to is you have a stop work order because
You don't have a permit for the wall.
you don't have a permit. Right, but the wall had been constructed by that point. As the neighbor said, it went quickly. I didn't even know there was a wall there.
Okay, all right.
So it wasn't, the stop work order wasn't that way.
Yeah,
When you're
Member
done.
Gannon, please. And then we gotta do something here,
I'm
because
still-
I'm going home, so.
Yeah, great. Other people, Brad wouldn't speculate as to the specific design. Is there anyone on your team who can talk about the wisdom of the 175 fence and 10-foot walls? And is there anyone
I
on
mean, you
your
don't
side?
spend money, like, I mean, these walls aren't cheap.
Right.
You know, what'd the wall cost?
And the wall purpose was for drainage, purpose was for grounds improvement, purpose was that, making that area more beautiful.
Why this design is my question. I've been trying to get an answer to.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that, but that would have been, I think, I don't know where that design would have come from, whether it was the engineer, whether it was in collaboration with the contractor. I just don't have the answer to that question.
All right, so what we have a couple things we can do here. Number one is, yes, you can sit. Number one, we say we find no issue, and we agree with Oakley Country Club, and they go home, and we go home. The second thing is we can hold up the staff's opinion and find that the changes are in fact an alteration of the pre-existing non-conforming use. And I guess that's just two things. Sorry. So I don't, you know, I want to kind of know where the board members are. Do we want to think about this? Do we want to do something tonight? Do we want to continue this? Do we want to hear more about, again, just sort of, you know, it's easier to understand the situation when you can, you know, typically we were presented with a situation, we have professional people here telling us how they're going to fix it and how great it's going to be. And, you know, I'm hopeful that the problems that were experienced were just during construction. But when I look at the design and know that Mr. McKenzie had to weigh in and make revisions, when the contractor building the wall didn't know he needed a permit, when you tell me you use dredged material, I mean, frankly, those are all things that are concerning to me. And concerning to a point that they're altering the non-conforming use, or concerning to the point that you need to have the wall inspected, you know, there's sort of...
One thing, just to correct, this was not, this was not dredged material. It was the material, and I think this is, Jack, you correct me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it came out of a...
No, it wasn't a dredged material from the water supply. It was the material around it as the water supply was increased in size. So it was the perimeter area.
So you increased it by dredging?
Not dredging the inside the water supply, but around...
Just around the perimeter?
The perimeter.
Okay,
So it was dry material.
okay.
And may I ask, was the earth shifted around? Did it come from within Oakley, or was new earth brought to Oakley on this project? Or?
It was from the Oakley, and the soil removal permit and the grading permit were issued by DPW. That's their jurisdiction. So then what should have happened is we should have gone to the building department to seek a building permit for the wall. And at that point, the netting, and then the netting has been removed. So that's...
Can I ask you a question, Attorney York?
Yeah.
So if your contractor, you know, was in the know and said, I'm going to go down to Town Hall and I'm going to get my building permit for my wall, and he was told, and he was denied, as this was, would you have come to this board, or would you have appealed that?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I know that we believe it would be a building permit, for the reasons that we've stated.
Okay.
I can also say that we want to bring this to a conclusion, and litigation never helps with anything. But I can't answer what they would do.
Okay. So what does the board want to do? I'm ready for any motions.
It's getting late, but I don't know that there's any outstanding information that we've asked for from the appellant or from any of others. So it's not as though we're waiting for additional materials that would lead us normally to continue for a month. So I don't know if continuing it is the right approach. And I would, for my own part, I would be inclined to vote to uphold the determination of the zoning enforcement officer that this constitutes an expansion of a nonconforming use and requires a relief from this board.
In the form of so basically a special permit finding? Okay. Is that a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move that the Zoning Board of Appeals vote to uphold the determination of the zoning enforcement officer that this, the improvements from installed by Oakley Country Club constitute an expansion of a nonconforming use requiring relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals.
There's been a motion made for, a motion made by Member Heap that to uphold the zoning enforcement officer's determination and require Oakley Country Club to seek a special permit finding. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you.
And then for these items,
It's a tough one.
No, because I'm out on that, and Kelly's out on that.
That would have been 3.
It would have been 3, yeah. Thank you for everyone's patience. I know it was a long night. Oh, we have